Good afternoon. This is the regular City Council agenda meeting for the February 15th council. And would you please call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance first, and then we'll call. How's that? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And, yes, would you please call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. Okay, then before we actually get this fully called to order, I will adjourn the meeting from the special meeting that we had earlier on today, and we'll be making an announcement shortly. Or should we make that announcement right now, Mr. Good? We should make it now. Okay, very good. Alrighty, we had a special section to discuss our city administrator position. On behalf of our city council, I'd like to announce that by a vote of 7-0 on a motion by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez and seconded by Councilmember Kristen Sneddon, the council voted to appoint Rebecca Bjork as city administrator. So, and I'd like to say that I'm very pleased to announce that we have chosen to remove the name, the term interim from Ms. Bjork and make her our full city administrator. She's proven her mettle during the interim period and during a great time of transition, and has been a valued member of the city organization for many, many years. So congratulations, Rebecca Bjork. Alrighty. Thank you. Now to newly anointed city administrator. Are there changes to the agenda?
Mayor Rouse, there are no changes to the agenda.
Okay, very good. We'll go to public comment, and public comment will be 3 minutes per member of the public on any item that is not currently on our posted agenda and is within the purview of this body. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 raised hands for public comment. We have Jose Gallegos, Anna Marie Gott, and now Marjorie Bushman.
Okay, very good. Before we do public comment, I'd like to remind the public that even though there is an item that a lot of people are concerned about, that is not part of what we're talking about on general public comment today. So with that, can we have the first speaker, please?
Certainly. Jose Gallegos, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. What I would like to bring up is the so-called the vendors that push the little carts and selling stuff. I understand that you decided, or they decide that they get a 1-year freebie of health and other violations that may take place. That's just wrong. Anybody that opens up a little business, a little hot dog, hamburger stand, or a major restaurant, they have to abide. They have to abide, health codes and so forth. And just to give them a little, leadway here for 1 year, I think that's wrong. Maybe 3 warnings, give them at least 3 warnings. And of course, I know they got to have the permits, the health permits, license, the whole thing. The other thing is also hygiene. It's very important. If they're going to be selling food, whether it's in a bag or not, they got to have hygiene. They got to wear gloves, in order to protect people from getting sick. The possibility maybe food poisoning, and trust me, I've had my fair share of food poisoning. It's not great. So, anyways, it has to be more stricter. It's got to be strict when it comes to health and so forth, and of course getting $75 is a little too low. I would say at least maybe $75 to $100 a year to get their permits or whatever the cost may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. I spoke last year about the need for the city to have a living wage, and I'm surprised that that has not come up to the council at this point. I really do urge the council members, Alejandro Gutierrez and Kristen Stedden, to create a two-party memo and get this item agendized for the city council to discuss. The city's minimum wage right now is $14 an hour for small businesses. Businesses over 25 employees, it's $15 an hour. No one working one job, let alone two, could actually afford to live in the city of Santa Barbara on those wages. You would have to actually work over 90 hours a week. That is unacceptable. More importantly, we are seeing increased inflation at this time, and our lower income workers cannot afford another hit. This city prides itself on tourism. Tourism and service industry jobs, including those in healthcare, are all low wage jobs. What we should be doing is focusing on better paying jobs and enacting policies that will ensure that workers who are working a 40-hour week do not struggle as much as they do in the city of Santa Barbara. Regarding housing, we have an extraordinary number of planned hotels on the books with development rights. We need to consider eliminating accepting new hotel applications. And more importantly, any AUDs in the Central Business District need to be prohibited permanently from turning any of those units into short-term vacation rentals or hotels. You want housing in the downtown, make that the priority and stop approving hotels and hotel units in the Central Business District. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have, Mr. Mayor, 3 further speakers: Margie Bushman, Robert McKelvey, and Aaron Ashland. Margie Bushman, please go ahead. Margie Bushman, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This is Margie Bushman. I'm with the Santa Barbara Permaculture Network, nonprofit, educational nonprofit. I'm speaking in support of the Yananali Gardens on the east side, where there's a proposal to lose some of the sites. And we think that our organization have done many programs through the years on bringing food growing back into the community and how to do that successfully. And we see the need for more garden space, not less garden space. The history of community gardens in Santa Barbara go back many decades, back to the Community Environmental Council in the 1970s, when we actually had gardens right downtown near where the bus station is now. In the future, all of these issues around food growing will impact our food security and our community being vulnerable to not being food secure, and also to climate issues, how that we grow food locally close to homes where we're not relying on food from 1,500 to 2,000 miles away, which of course we know now there's a lot of supply chain issues, many issues around that. So the more food growing done locally by homeowners and community gardens is a very, very positive thing. So our organization would like to be in support of Yananali Garden and keeping all the sites there with the size that they are now. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Robert McKelvey. Robert McKelvey, please go ahead. Robert McKelvey, you can go ahead now.
Good afternoon. I'm here to challenge us to a beet growing and pull-up contest. Right now, I'm at 10 pull-ups and my beets are in the ground golf ball size. I want to do better, but I need your help with the East Side Neighborhood Park renovation. Phase 1 calls for new paths, playgrounds, picnic areas, and exercise equipment. There's my increased pull-ups. We all want these things, but we do not want the Phase 1 fence move, which reduces the overall size of the Yananali Community Garden. This is short-sighted and would be a bad precedent for our city. The planning of the fence move lacked transparency, and when it was unveiled late in the process, it was presented as incontestable. The only motive provided was that a straight fence would facilitate mowing the lawn. Let's hang that on the scales of environmental justice. On one side, a diverse group of citizens using land to grow food. On the other, the same piece of land getting mowed by fossil fuel burning machinery. Which way do the scales of environmental justice swing? Here's another result of the fence move. One main user group of the park are the homeless who live in the park or nearby in their vehicles. Our community garden plot number 79 is one of the plots to be lost by the fence move. The homeless socialize along the fence, often consuming alcohol and passing out on the ground. As Obama said, one way to predict what a person is going to do in the future is to look at what they did in the past. The Phase 1 installations, which we all want to create a more friendly neighborhood park, will not solve the homeless problem, and their habits, like ours, will remain the same. But the fence move will do this. On X marks the spot, plot 79, we grow food with several children ages 3 and up. With the Phase 1 fence move, that same X marks the spot, formerly plot 79, now located in the park, will, on many occasions, be occupied by passed out drunks. Let's hang that on the scales of social justice. Before the fence move, children growing food. After the fence move, on the identical spot, public displays of alcohol abuse. Which way do the scales of social justice swing? And is this the message we want to show our children how the world works? Lastly, consider Ortega Park. What has happened there shows we can learn and rethink our plans to be more inclusive. If we can alter park plans to save murals depicting people working together to grow food, then we can surely alter park plans to save a garden where people are actually working together to grow food. Council members, I hear many of you have children and gardens in your neighborhoods. Mayor, I hear of your work to save wildlife from euthanasia in your neighborhood. These things make me believe you all instinctually know this is the right thing to do. In summary, the scales of environmental and social justice hang in the balance. And don't forget my pull-up and beet growing challenge. And here is a third challenge. Let's all stand up to stop this Phase 1 fence move. We want this. Join us Saturday at 10:30 at the community garden.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker, Aaron Ashland, then Chris Barros. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Mayor Rouse and City Council, thank you for your time. Number one, I think people are driving too fast on Haley when coming east towards State. I don't know if they're trying to beat the light, but it seems like many cars are going almost 40 when they reach State, which is a dangerous situation for people crossing the street at the end of the promenade. Can you please put a trailer or on Haley or find some other solution before someone gets hurt? Number two, I want to take a minute to thank all the amazing people who've had to deal with me being stressed out over the last 2 years. I'm no fun when scared or angry. Commander Kushner, Officer Corbett, and many other men and women of our police department, Chief Males, the fire marshal, plus a number of other members of city staff who are at least in part responsible for me being able to reopen with an outdoor patio in May of 2020. Myself and my staff and their families owe them a debt of gratitude we might not ever be able to repay. They met with myself and other businesses to help do what they could for us. In my opinion, that was exactly the way a city should function when trying to be supportive of businesses and to give good customer service. Art, who works for downtown parking, I think. The ambassadors are amazing. I speak to them almost every day. Holly, who helps city council. Dan from wastewater. Eric was helpful with the ADA accessibility on my patio. Victor Garza, who was always calmly talking me off the cliff when I've had issues. And I have to be honest, I've been really scared over the last 2 years, so I probably haven't been fun to deal with. I greatly respect Tom Shapiro. I also want to add that I've never met them personally, but from watching so many Zoom City Council meetings, I just want to say that Mr. Cologne and Mr. Paul Casey always seem to be trying to do the very best they could to do what City Council needed from them. I also believe this is how amazing staff and employees should do their jobs. You don't need to have your time wasted by reports that are quote unquote staff opinions instead of staff recommendations, since they didn't even speak to the community who would be affected. Again, I just want to thank all those amazing people for their service to the city and the people of the city. Number 3, our economic developer seems to be getting direction from Mr. Dan Penske, but shouldn't Mr. Harris be asking stakeholders all over Santa Barbara what they need help with? How can he develop our economy if we aren't asking the people that might need the help? It might be possible for Mr. Patrick Casey and I'd have the same issue with the city, and we need the city's help, but again, no one is asking. Please have Mr. Harris start immediately holding meetings as to what our local businesses need. I think that we should be testing ideas that might work for the promenade and other areas of the city while we still can. We have an opportunity to at least test the best ideas instead of guessing and hoping our ideas work. Here's my list of things that Mr. Harris and the city staff might find if they started meeting with us. Maybe we could start one of those trees on every corner so that businesses on the side streets are recognized by people walking on the state. We could have a local artist do it. For instance, Little Kitchen, 1 block to the right. We could have, we could do a buy local night where people, sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Further speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chris Barros. Chris Barros, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you and Mayor, thank you for your time and efforts. I wanted to actually just borrow a phrase from one of the previous speakers, Mr. McKelvey, who was talking about the scales of social justice. I agree with him about the Yananali Gardens, that we should maintain the garden space size and stop the fence moving project, as that is a social justice issue. I do see it that way. But additionally, in addition to the Yananali Gardens, I see that concept also applying to the people who are working on their vendor carts. These people are hardworking, struggling people who are trying to do whatever they can to feed their families. And they could be, turning to drugs, or they could be turning to stealing or crime of some sort in order to feed their families. But they're trying to do whatever they can in a very simple way. I believe they should be minimally obstructed. So for example, the $25 fee that they have, I don't think it should be more than that. And I think that there should possibly be some kind of options for them to earn a living in the best way they can at this time. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have further public speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor, no further public speakers.
Okay, very good. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent items. Do we have items to read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 2, adoption of an ordinance amending affordability control covenants for Victoria Hotel and Mental Wellness Center. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a second amendment to an affordability control covenant imposed on real property with People's Self-Help Housing Corporation located at 22 East Victoria Street, and a first amendment to replacement affordability control covenant imposed on real property with Building Hope LLC located at 617 Garden Street, and authorizing the Community Development Director to execute such agreements. Item 3, introduction of ordinance and adoption of resolution amending Title 28 zoning ordinance to clarify coastal development permit requirement for accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone. Recommendation, the council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara acknowledging receipt of the California Coastal Commission resolution of certification of a local coastal program amendment, PLN 2020-00484/LCP4 SBC 21 00521 and acceptance of the suggested modifications included in that resolution of certification, and B, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by adding Chapter 28.86 to regulate accessory dwelling units in the coastal zone and include additional amendments to Chapter 28 to be consistent with this intent. Item 4, adoption of resolution to accept ownership of a public paseo between 1200 block State Street and Granada Garage. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara accepting dedication of Lot 3 of Final Map 2835. Item 5, adoption of resolution updating City Council Rules of Procedure. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting rules of procedure governing the conduct of city council meetings and rescinding Resolution 18-088. Item 6, downtown organization annual assessment report for 2022 and intention to levy. Recommendation that council A, approve the Downtown and Old Town Business Improvement District Annual Assessment Report for 2022, and B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara declaring council's intention to levy Downtown Business Improvement District and Old Town Business Improvement District assessment rates for 2022 at a public hearing to be held on March 15, 2022 at 2 p.m. And finally, item 7, adoption of resolution for 5-year Measure A local program of projects for fiscal years 2023 through 2027 public hearing. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 5-year Measure A local program of projects for fiscal years 2023 through 2027.
Thank you very much. And I understand there's probably some interest in item 5, so I think we'll pull that for comment. Does anybody else have anything else they'd like to pull from the consent item? All right, very good. And do we have speakers specifically to the consent calendar?
Yes, we have 2 raised hands for the consent calendar.
Okay, very good. I'd like to say a few words about item 5 since there seems to be a fair amount of confusion before we get started. This was an item that was talked about and determined in our retreat, which was a publicly broadcast and announced meeting. And the changes are, the logic about the changes is as follows. Currently, what we do is we like to prescribe that there's a half an hour for general public comment for comments that are not on the agenda that pertain to the purview of the city council as we begin the meeting. The idea is that in the half an hour, with 3 minutes, you get a total of 10 speakers. With 2 minutes, you get a total of 15 speakers. So in fact, we get more public input. And that was the idea, was rather to have fewer speakers speaking longer, we could have more people weigh in on the topics they wanted to talk about. We are a unique agency because we allow in agendized items people to combine times of up to 10 minutes. So once again, it's 2 minutes per public speak in the agenda items, but they can combine with other people for a total of 5 minutes. So, and that is something that, once again, we're trying to engender and trying to encourage public engagement. And I think the mood and the purpose of why we're doing this is, in fact, to increase public engagement by increasing the number of people who get to weigh in on any particular item. And once again, with the general public, the idea is not to raise topics for discussion necessarily, because we are not going to do a give and take on general public comment as given, but it is so people can let us know exactly what they are concerned about. So it's important that we contain that, but to get to the agenda items that people have that have been announced, have been properly noticed, and that people have shown up for. The second issue is about the order of consent. And the order of consent item being before public comment, the logic is as follows. During consent items, there are oftentimes staff involved that need to be here in case their expertise is needed during the discussion of that consent item. Those staff are employees who are here, and as they sit here, that's your taxpayer money sitting there, and we'd like to be able to have their expertise if we need it. We'd also like them to get back to work as expeditiously as possible. So the idea is that the better use and higher use of our taxpayer dollars is to let staff be here, be present if we need them, but get back to work. And in these days particularly, we are experiencing some staff shortages, so a lot of these folks are wearing the more than one hat as they work today. So it's important for both sides of the coin to get folks back to work. So that is really the reasons behind why we're doing what we're doing. And like, once again, this was discussed at the retreat. These logic items were put forth. And once again, this is, we like to think of ourselves as the embodiment of public engagement. We're not trying to restrict public engagement. In fact, increase public engagement by increasing the number of people we get to hear from. With that, unless I have any comments from the council about that, we'll go to the public comment on this item. Mr. Gutierrez, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So back about 3 years ago, when the previous mayor had made the adjustment to the way we conducted public comment, I shared my concerns of how I was, one, against it, just because I have had my whole career based off of public broadcasting and having the First Amendment be pretty much the main purpose of that entire medium. Being able to speak freely and being able to speak in public is something that I hold very close to my heart. So even back then, I stated my opposition to modifying it because, as I've said before, I feel that as complicated as it can get, the fluidity and the spontaneity of our democratic process is special. You know, it's not in every part of the world. You know, and I feel that even little things like having 3 minutes to speak embody that, and I feel very concerned when we try to change that. I understand your rationale, and even agree to it to a certain degree. And even though sometimes when certain people call in and it's at my expense, I sometimes double think about it. But ultimately, I feel that we should, as you said, try to get more people to engage with us, and public comment is one of the foundational pieces of that. So
All right.
I just want to say that, and that I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, may we have the first speaker on this item, please?
Yes, we have 3 public speakers: Daryl Scheck, Anna Marie Gott, Lee Heller. If any of those 3 names are not looking to speak on this item, item 5, please lower your hand, and then we will get back to you.
Yeah, and before we start, I just like to say it is a little confusing doing this virtually because normally we have a speaker slip which enumerates the item you can speak on. I'm going to call for the end of raising of hands in 10 minutes, just so people know that after 10 more minutes, we won't be taking further public comment on this item, so we can move forward to the rest of the agenda. So please continue with your speakers.
Very good. Daryl Scheck, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and Council. My name's Daryl Scheck, Executive Director of SEIU Local 620, representing many of your fine city staff. And I'd like to congratulate Rebecca Bjork in her appointment as City Manager. We look forward to working with her. I'm here to speak in opposition to the changes proposed in Consent Calendar Item 5, City Council Procedure 3.1.5, and in particular City Council Procedure 4.11.1. In moving the consent calendar in front of public comment, I can understand the council desiring not wanting to keep members of the public any longer than necessary, and being able to release city staff back to their normal duties sooner if the consent calendar is placed in front of public comment. I'd like to see clarification that the public can still speak to the consent calendar items and that it will just be before public comment and not after. One cannot help, though, but notice the subtle perception of being able to ram items through on consent, since it will come very early on the agenda, and if people are even a little bit late for the meeting, they'll miss their opportunity to chime in. Most of my oppositions to the changes to City Council Procedure 4.11.1, which would limit the time that individual members of the public could speak to an item from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. I understand the mayor may already have the ability to limit the time for each public commenter to speak should there be many speakers that day. However, automatically limiting the individual public comment from 3 minutes to 2 minutes will have the effect of less public comment and less ability for speakers to effectively frame their issues to the council. Having spoken in public comment many times, 3 minutes goes by quickly and is less than one typewritten page. While there may be some public commenters you may not want to hear from for 3 minutes, curtailing the maximum allowable time for each individual to speak to an issue to 2 minutes seems anti-democratic and it smacks of limitations to free speech and censorship. I hope you'll urge city staff to go back and rewrite this and maintain public comment at 3 minutes per individual. While we may not always appreciate what certain people have to say, the council should not constrain the public's access to the council. By changing the city council procedure and slashing the time members of the public have to present to you as representatives of the public just does not seem right. And I want to thank you for taking my comments into consideration and hope you all have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. First, I'd like to mention that I requested during the retreat workshop for the video, and I've never received it, never seen it on the city website. That's available. I'd love to have it. Regarding today's public comment, you had 6 speakers. Those speakers that you listened to, was it onerous to listen to them? Did you appreciate any of the things that they had to say? If there were more people than 6, such as 12, the city the city mayor has the ability right now to limit the public comment on that individual item to 2 minutes. He has done that before, as has past mayor. Most recently, Mayor Rouse limited public comment to an item on State Street to 2 minutes. Moving permanently to reduce all public comment to 2 minutes actually reduces public participation, which is what you claim you want to do. Well, another way that you could actually encourage public participation is to move to evening meetings, which all other city councils that I've presented a list of to you have already done. Whether they are small city councils or large city councils, they all do that. But Santa Barbara stands out by starting its meetings at 2 p.m. I really think you really need to think about moving your meetings, and really don't limit public comment. This is often the only times individuals have to actually speak with you. They don't know how to make an appointment. They may fear making an appointment with you, and they may not be able to make an appointment with you during the day. So this really is their only time, if they have the ability at work to actually make a public comment. Speaking of that, we need to ensure that moving forward, once the restrictions for, regarding the health and safety issues with COVID are over, to keeping public comment and access online for everyone in the city. That really is a must moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lee Heller, then Jose Gallegos and Chris Barros. Lee Heller, please go ahead.
Mayor Rouse and Council, good afternoon. I will be brief. I never use my fully allocated comment time, but I do want to echo what the previous speaker said, especially the gentleman from the SEIU. The current system permits you to limit public comment where the number of speakers makes that necessary. And I am sympathetic to how much time public comment can take and to the need to limit it so that you can move forward with the business of council. but I think defaulting to 2 minutes is not necessary and is too limiting. And I also would echo what the SEIU speaker said about shifting the order. I am sympathetic to staff needing to get back to work, but it is also a kind of time certain for members of the public who want to speak. I appreciate what Ms. Gott is saying about evening meetings, but Santa Barbara, even though Santa Maria may be as big or bigger a city, Santa Barbara City Council's agendas are more packed than most of the other cities. So I'm just not sure you could get the work done if you started at 5:30 or 6. So that's my perspective, and I thank you for allowing me to speak to you for slightly over a minute.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jose Gallegos. Jose Gallegos, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, I oppose reducing public speaking from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. And Santa Maria, they have 3 minutes. Goleta, they have 3 minutes. Carpinteria, 3 minutes. Lompoc, Bealton, Guadalupe, Solvang, Ventura, Oxnard, all 3 minutes. And these cities, they start their meetings in the evenings, 5:30, 6 p.m., and Solvang, 6:30 p.m. And the reason why I say change it to evenings, because you have so many people that cannot participate in the afternoons. They work, they go to school. At least change these council meetings into the evenings. That way, those who work during the day, they go to school, college students, they have an opportunity to speak. But for years and years, decades, who knows for how long, city council meetings start at 2 p.m. But that doesn't give anybody, to take off from work or take off from school to speak up. Yeah, well, nowadays we have email and so forth, and yeah, people can do that, send their emails or maybe leave messages on your phones, but it's not the same. So, no to 2 minutes, keep it 3 minutes, and maybe discuss to change council meetings in the evenings. Maybe 4 o'clock. That probably might be doable. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gorman, further speakers?
Mr. Mayor, one further speaker, Chris Barros.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, Chris Barros.
Good afternoon again. I wanted to say I also oppose these changes. I believe we should keep it at 3 minutes, not 2. I am another one who usually doesn't use 3 minutes, and there's a lot of people who don't. But if I have something that I'm passionate about, that I want to convey, I want 3 minutes. And I think a lot of people feel that way, clearly. I agree with the comments by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez and Mr. Scheck about how important it is. Also, I think it should be kept. I don't want to change the order. I don't think you should change the order of it, that the public comments need to come at the beginning. That would be especially helpful for those who do work and those who are students, who know that they can take a period of time from, for example, 2:15 to 2:45 and know that they will have a chance to speak at public comment. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Further public speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor, no further public speakers.
Okay, very good. So this item is something that I pulled. I do not need to vote separately on it. I don't know if any of my colleagues have comments. I have a couple more, but I'll let Mr. Freeman go first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the members of the public who contacted us and spoke today, and the number of emails we got. So I'll try to be brief. I just want to go back, one of my own personal history so people can understand where I'm coming from. But as some of you know, I feel like my grandpa right now, but back in 1988, when I was 10 years old, my dad, late UCSB professor Frank McConnell, received a Fulbright grant to teach English literature in East Berlin the year before the wall came down. Long story short is I got to observe what a government is like that you cannot do what the public just did today, and that is to raise your grievances, raise whatever issue you want to the public. And we have that ability here in the US, and in particular in California, we have even more protections due to the Brown Act and open meeting laws. And over the years, I take that seriously because the public, this is how we get informed from the public. So fast forward, Councilmember Gutierrez brought it up. We made a change about the first year we were on council, so somewhere around 2017, if I recall. And I actually brought that item up because what happened was, as I recall, is that we had a packed house for a meeting, because this was pre-COVID, and the room was full. We actually had the overflow room open, and a member of the public came to speak. And at that time, you still had to come down, so it was a real big hurdle to come down here because you had to leave your house, and this was in the evening because the item was that late. And so she spoke for her 2 minutes, and then the very next person to come up, the clerk said, next person, you have 10 minutes to speak. And at the time, our council meetings, our council public comment was only 2 minutes. And so the person who just spoke, who followed the rules, who spoke for 2 minutes, I saw the look on her face, and then she said, why does that person get to speak for 10 minutes when I only get to speak for 2? And it turns out both were following the rules. It's just one knew how to pool time, and the other one didn't. But I also realized by the look on that person's face that she didn't feel heard, even though she spoke for the 2 minutes. And so I said, what can I do about this? So what I did was I did what you, the public, did. I started surveying other jurisdictions, and they all were 3 minutes, most of them, including the County of Santa Barbara and those that are presented here. And I said, I'm going to put it forward to modify our public comment so that nobody feels they're not heard by simply following the rules. And it made us more consistent with the other agencies at 3 minutes. And ironically, and I just find it of interest, is that some of the people now who are advocating for us to keep the system actually opposed the change from 2 to 3 minutes. And so, I took a lot of heat at the time for proposing that, but I had done the research, and it was moving us in to be consistent with other jurisdictions, and we kept the ability to pool time for the items on the agenda. So I do think there is a difference between 2 and 3, and I think the public has spoken on it. So at this point, I do want to acknowledge, though, that I agree with where the mayor is saying that if we have 15 minutes, or we have 30 minutes of public comment up front, and it's 3 minutes, and we can only hear from 10 people, versus if it goes to 2, we can only hear from 5 people, or vice versa. Sorry, I think I got my math backwards there. But we do have the ability, like the speaker said today, that if there are a significant number of speakers, we can reduce it if we need to, and I like having that option. So the other thing I want to clarify, and Mr. Colon, I just want to make sure I have this right, is that in no way was there ever any intent to limit or end public speaking on the consent calendar, and we wouldn't even have that ability to do so anyways. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, yes on both.
So the change that was proposed was as the mayor said, or is proposed is as the mayor said, which is to put that after the general public comment for items not on the agenda after the consent. And it's not, to me, it's not just about a staff time. It's also about the public comment as well, because there are individuals who see items on the agenda and want to speak to those specific items. And that is the only time they're going to be able to speak to them because they will be voted on that week. So there is a benefit to the public for having the consent go first. So at this point, I don't feel I'm in a place to lower it from 3 to 2, being that I supported it 3 years ago and it's consistent with others. If my colleagues are open to switching the order of the consent calendar, I'm open to it, but I'm not going to make a motion to that right now. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. I just want to go on record associating myself with the comments of Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. I do appreciate that we are trying to streamline, and I think that's to the benefit of public engagement as well. If we can really keep the meetings moving and do our business in a timely fashion. But in a lot of ways, to me, this sort of seems like a solution in search of a problem, given that Mr. Mayor has the discretion to reduce public comment time in the event we have a large number of speakers. We could always trail public comment to the end of the meeting if necessary. And I think I just will leave it at that to say that I am in agreement with Mr. Gutierrez and how he framed this consideration today. And so I too will be voting against the motion. Thank you.
Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. In an example of the power of public comment, I was initially supportive of the change and very much want to support your leadership and in your discretion on how to run the meeting. And then we got public comment letters and public comment today, and it has affected my decision, which is the point of public comment, is to hear from the public. So also hearing from colleagues, I would be in favor of keeping it at 3 minutes and at the discretion of the mayor to limit that time if there are a large number of speakers. And then also based on public comment heard today, leaving it at the top of the hour as a time certain, and it can be a limited time, that half hour, and then trail it to the end. But I think for people who need to get in and out and make comment for items not on the agenda, if items not on the agenda went to 2 minutes, I think that would be okay. But the 3 minutes for items that are agendized, I think really gives the public the chance to properly weigh in. To that point too, Planning Commission has public comment letters that stay on file with an item available to the public, and it can actually save a lot of time having these letters available to the public, and that's something for further consideration in the future, is having letters from the public to us on, especially on items that are agendized, be available to us and to the public also, and that could help with that public engagement. But I'm content with leaving it as it is, possibly limiting items not on the agenda to 2 minutes, but thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so we'll probably be voting on this separate, it looks like, and I'll be looking for a motion in a moment. I do want to make just a couple of respondent comments, however. To Ms. Harmon is, this is not, this effort was not intended to streamline public comment, but once again, allow the public to be further engaged. Once again, if you have a half an hour to do your public comment before the regular agenda, you get 10 speakers with 3 minutes, but you get 15 with 2. We also allow people to combine time. This is a very rare thing, a very unique thing in the general, in the agendized items. And we also have a continuation of public comment at the end of the meeting, should we need to do so. However, if you're here to put your 2 minutes in, or your 2 cents in, whatever you want to put it, you get more of a chance to do that in the beginning of the meeting if only 10 speakers get to speak and there's more interest in that. Then all of a sudden you're shut down unless you want to wait until the very end of the meeting. And if it's one of those big time meetings, then it can be a relatively long wait. So once again, the intention is to give the opportunity to more people. Certainly, I don't know that, this was something that we brought forward at the retreat. It was voted on unanimously to go forward with this proposal. If we want to change it now, that's the prerogative of the council. But I do want to make sure that people all understand the intent of what we were doing. We are the embodiment of public engagement, and that's exactly what our interest is. And I think this was in the interest of the public to maintain or to enhance public engagement to the level we could. That's what Mr. Friedman tried to do back in was it 2017, I think it was, when we did it to 3 minutes, but we went from 10 minutes to 5 minutes combined. And as we survey our public speaking, as we survey the kind of input we get, we try to find where the ability to engage more people and not fewer people, comes from. And I think the public is better served with the 2 minute limit. Once again, as the chair of the meeting, I do have the authority to limit that time for our discretion. But I would choose to, rather than have the people have the ability to speak up front. So in any case, that's my points, but I will I'll entertain wait, let me do this. We're going to vote on this separately, right? Is that the pleasure of the council? And if so, then I will take a motion to this item.
Mr. Mayor, I think if we, well, there's a couple things on that, but I think if we move the item, then as it is, it's a yes or no vote. So, am I able to move an item that I'm going to vote against, Mr. Colon? Or is there another way to word the motion?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, there's no requirement that you support a motion that you make.
Okay, so unless there's another motion to address the 2 minutes of general public comment, I'll move the item.
Okay, I'll second the item. Any further discussion? May we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk? This is on item 5.
Item 5, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Rouse. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. This is a motion for the recommended action, which is the council adopt by reading of title only the resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting the rules and procedures governing the conduct of city council meetings and rescinding resolution number 18088.
No.
Councilmember Friedman.
No.
Councilmember Sneddon.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
No.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
No.
Councilmember Jordan.
No.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Okay,
Motion passes.
so the motion, the item goes down to defeat, so. And then can I have a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar, please?
Move the balance of the consent calendar.
Okay, moved by Jordan,
Second.
second by Gutierrez, Oscar Gutierrez. May we have a roll call vote?
Yes, this is a motion by, I'm sorry, who was the mover? Very good. Jordan,
Gutierrez.
seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez for the balance of the consent calendar except for item 5. Councilmember Friedman.
I'm sorry, I have a question
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
regarding back on item 5. I think we got so caught up in the public comment that there's 2 other bullets there, Mrs. Bjork. Do we need to, because I moved the entire item 5, but now I'm realizing because of the public comment that there was add the central library as an agenda posting location, delete references to the redevelopment. Do we need to vote on those separately?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, no, you do not. The motion rejected all of those changes.
Okay. And are those, Ms. Bjork, are those changes that we want to have for more public input?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I would refer that to the city attorney.
At the risk of dragging this out, we were adding the library as an agenda posting location very much for the reason Councilmember Sneddon identified. That is, it would be a location where we could leave public comments that are sent to a majority of the council for public review. There's recent case law that puts an exclamation point on our duty to make immediately available anything you receive in the 72 hours before a meeting. So we could come back with just that change, or subject to the mayor's discretion, another motion to approve only that change would be in order.
A quick question on procedure for that, Mr. Colon. On consent, are we able to bifurcate these items and break them out for separate motions?
Now that it's pulled off of consent, Mayor, it is a severable motion because there are 4 discrete changes identified.
Okay, very good. Mr. Friedman, do you have an idea here?
So I guess what I'd like to do, since I'd like to move the first two of item 5, which is add the central library as an agenda posting location and delete references to the redevelopment successor agency. So I would like to move those 2 items to go forward.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Comment to that, Mr. Friedman, may I ask the maker of the motion, what about the idea of the consent order?
At this point, I don't think there's a majority on council to do that, so I'm just going to leave it to the first 2 items.
Anybody on council have a comment to that? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Freeman, you have your light on. Do you have further comment?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you read the motion, please?
Certainly, this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon, to move the first two items of item 5 with the Central Library as an agenda posting location and to delete references to the successor agency.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Okay, very good. So that does it for the consent calendar. May we move on to the regular agenda? And do we have the first item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe we need a roll call vote on the remainder of the consent calendar. We had a,
Oh, I forgot all about that. We had so much fun with that one item. May I have a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, we do have
We have
that.
a motion and a second,
yes,
right?
Absolutely. So
May
we have a
roll
motion.
call vote.
Wonderful. There's a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez for the balance of the consent calendar except for item 5. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Okay, now we can get to the regular agenda. And would you read item 10, please?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, we have item 10, presentation from the Community Formation Commission.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
and
please
members
do.
of- Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, good afternoon. My name is Sam Ramirez. I'm a admin analyst in human resources. I'm also the staff liaison to the Community Formation Commission. Before I introduce the chair of the CFC, Gabe Escobedo, I wanted to clarify that the information on the council agenda report is only an illustration of a range of potential costs for an oversight board. But those cost recommendations have not been finalized at this time. I wanted to make sure I pointed that out. The commission will now begin its public outreach to the community on their draft recommendations and will come back at a later time with the final recommendation, which will include cost details. I just wanted to provide that clarification to you, the City Council, before I introduce the Chair of the Community Formation, Mr. Escobedo.
Thank you, Sam. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council. My name is Gabe Escobedo. I'm the Chair of the Community Formation Commission. I'm joined today with Ana Cepeda, the Vice Chair of the Community Formation Commission, and Commissioner Rachel Johnson today. So with that, we will jump right into today's agenda. So Sam spoke a little bit about how we're not going over the budget or the recommendation. So next slide, please. What we will be going over today is just a reminder for the public about what the Community Formation Commission is, who is on the Community Formation Commission, the progress we've made since our last City Council update, reintroduction of NACOL. They won't be here today, but we'll tell you a little bit about them. And then our timeline moving forward, anticipated future needs and requests, and then CFC meeting and contact information. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to introduce Vice Chair Ana Cepeda.
Thank you all for being here with us and offering this space for us to share a little bit about what we have been completing thus far. And so at this moment, we currently have the following chair members. So it's like Chair Escobedo said, it's himself, myself, Vice Chair. And we did have a couple of commissioners who did not complete the process with us. However, we are very fortunate to have heard their insight and their opinions on the commission and the proposal. And so with the diversity that we have had offered during this commission, we have been able to just provide a vast opportunity and create a good proposal for it. So you can go to the next slide. And so if you would like to see all our wonderful faces, here is our wonderful faces. And feel free to reach out to any of us if you have any questions. And this also goes for the community. This is the groups of the commission members that we have currently available. And we have all been very fortunate to just collaborate together on this very important and needed commission. And you can go to the next slide. And so we also wanted to share the purpose of the review board. So in this, we took a lot of time and we take it very seriously about what it states. And it's very important to us to hold strong on these values of what our purpose of the review board is. And so it is the Santa Barbara community has long called for the creation of an entity with the purpose of providing civilian oversight of the Santa Barbara Police Department. This entity will work to ensure that Santa Barbara Police Department is responsive to the concerns and needs of all members of the Santa Barbara community, while promoting and building public trust, transparency, and accountability of the Santa Barbara Police Department. The oversight entity will provide an opportunity for independent, objective community participation in reviewing and recommending revisions to police department policies, procedures, and trainings, providing opportunities for community input and education on policing practices of Santa Barbara, and provide a mechanism for the impartial and fair review of investigations completed by the Santa Barbara Police Department regarding allegations of police misconduct brought by members of the public against sworn employees of the Santa Barbara Police Department.
Thank you, Anna. And so now we're going to talk about the progress that we've made since our last City Council update, which I believe was in July of last year. And we've made quite a bit of progress, and I want to commend the commissioners for all of their hard work. They've put in countless hours in work group meetings, in our commission meetings, and we would not be here without them, and also staff. We have Sam Ramirez, we have John Doimus, we have Lieutenant Sean Hill, and Interim Chief Barney Malekian, all of whom have helped us get to this point. So as we move through the timeline, we spent August focusing on coming up with a model framework that we would then that would guide us through the rest of the process as we work through some of the other details, such as what we did in September, which was discussions and decisions on specific civilian oversight authorities, focusing on the review board portion. And then in October, we continued those discussions and we started developing our public outreach strategy, which Rachel will talk a little bit more about. Then we formed draft language working groups, and these working groups were meeting weekly to come up with a draft language that eventually is our now approved draft recommendation that we're taking out to the public. Those work groups continued working through the holiday break to come up with draft language, and in addition started working on our CFC introduction presentation. So in the months of late November and all of December and January, we've had commissioners going out to stakeholder groups, giving presentations, introducing the Community Formation Commission, talking about our work and the timeline moving forward, so that when we do our public outreach, it's not the first time that people are hearing about the Community Formation Commission. We, in January, met every week until we were able to land on our draft language. So we refined the draft language with the full commission, and actually at our last meeting, we were able to approve a copy that will go out for public comment, both through surveys and focus groups, which Rachel will talk about in a bit. Next slide, please. We did this at our last presentation, but I wanted to go over it again. We have partnered with the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, also known as NACOL. This is one of the few organizations nationwide that do this work with local jurisdictions to set up civilian oversight. We are fortunate to be paired with the Director of Training and Education, Cami McElhenney, who is basically the go-to person in the nation for civilian oversight. She's a wealth of knowledge, and she's guided us through this whole process. So definitely wanted to call that out and say that we are in good hands, and they have really led us to where we are now with a really thoughtful recommendation. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to turn it over to Rachel Johnson, who is going to talk about the future timeline.
Thank you so much, Gabe. You can go to the next slide, Sam. As Gabe mentioned, my name is Rachel Johnson, and as a CFC commissioner, it has been my pleasure to have helped a number of working groups over the past year, the most recent iteration of which is our community feedback working group. So it's a long history of pretty much every commissioner putting in some work on things like survey development and community education, and looking at the kind of data we want to get us to this point. So it's been a really busy past few months getting ready for this exciting phase that we're entering now, which is the community feedback and real kind of robust outreach phase. So I'm going to talk a little bit more in detail about this next portion of the timeline that you're looking at. So with our draft recommendation in hand, we are, as Gabe said, we have also conducted some introductory meetings. So we are now kind of returning to those groups, but also outreaching to the entire community for this next phase. So the feedback phase will comprise two parts, the first of which is a series of community focus groups. And then the second is a widely disseminated online and paper survey. So we both have a qualitative track with the focus groups and a more quantitative feedback mechanism with the survey. So all of this has basically been finalized in the last couple of weeks, so the first part of February. And what we're going to start next week is the 3 days worth of the community focus groups. So these will be facilitated by NACOL facilitators. We're going to bring basically outreach to the whole community to populate those focus groups. But the commissioners, we won't be present for them. We're going to let the professional facilitators handle that. So they're going to be gathering community feedback about our draft recommendations. Within those meetings, they'll be presenting key points from the recommendations and then guiding conversations around them. So this is going to be really qualitative conversation with stakeholders in the community. So given the format of focus groups, if you've been a part of them, you know participation necessarily has to be limited. So it's going to be about 8 to 12 stakeholders per focus group. And so because of that, we're also going to launch a much more broad general survey to the entire Santa Barbara community, so we can get as much feedback as possible about our draft recommendations. So this survey will also launch in February. We're finalizing that now and working on things like translation and accessibility needs for that survey at this point still. So at this point, we know it'll be available digitally, also in paper format. We're going to have it available in at least English and Spanish. And we're also working on getting to know other accessibility and language needs of the community. And then it's going to be disseminated as widely as possible in the next 3 to 4 weeks. So we'll have a good amount of time to kind of intake some of the survey. So really, at this point, toward the end of February and into March, it's really time for us as commissioners to leverage all of our own networks and contacts, and also get assistance from city staff and even you as council members to really just get the word out about the fact that this survey is available. And we really do want to hear from as many folks in the Santa Barbara community as we possibly can. After the focus groups and the survey, all of the feedback received during both of those parts of this phase are going to be collected and analyzed by our consultants at the Center for Court Innovation, CCI, so another one of our consultants. In March, they will present to the commission its summary memos of the community feedback, so sort of themes from the qualitative portions like the focus groups, and also all of the sort of raw data and also summary data analysis from the survey portion. And then once we have those in our hands, the Community Formation Commission will take that feedback into account as we refine the final version of the recommendations. So this will be done as we move into March, toward the end of March. And then we very much look forward to presenting those final recommendations to you all in April. And with that, I'll hand it back to Gabe.
Thank you, Rachel. Next slide, please. And so with that, you saw on the timeline that our timeline goes into April, and we have some anticipated future needs, same that we did back in our first update with City Council. Next slide, please. And some of those anticipated needs are depicted here, but the first is an extension. So our commission had a deadline of March, and we got close, but we're going to need a little bit of extra time to work out the final details after the public outreach. So we're asking for a 1-month extension to the end of April. The next is community outreach support. So staff have been excellent in identifying spaces for us, for our focus groups. And for the survey, we're going to need some translation services support, which again, staff have been amazing. So continued support as we go out to the public. And then the last is an extension of the NACO contract. So the NACO contract, which we updated City Council on during last summer, has a ceiling of $35,000 under the City Administrator's Authority. So we're going to get close after this community outreach effort and bringing in NACO facilitators and just the amount of time that we're going to be spending during that month, that we will have to go above the $35,000 threshold. And with that, we'll need City Council support. So those are the 3 anticipated future needs. I believe that would take us all the way through to the end of this work effort, as long as everything goes to plan, which as of right now it is. So next slide, please. And then this is just the final slide that we like to end with, just so that folks know where to find us and find our past meetings. Any sort of documents that we post to our website can be found here. We have a bit.ly set up, so it's bit.ly/community with the capital C, formation with a capital F, and commission with a capital C. And if you'd like to email us and be an interested party, we have an email at cfc@santabarbaraca.gov. We meet the 2nd and 4th Wednesdays at 5:30, but we actually have a special meeting tomorrow to go over the survey so that it gets approved by the commission. So tomorrow, February 16th at 5:30, we'll have another meeting. And with that, I'd just like to thank you all, City Council, for giving us this time. Thank the Community Formation Commission for all of their hard work. Thank our partners and our staff support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Escobedo. There's not an action item with this, but does council have any questions? Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Escobedo, and to the whole commission. First, I apologize if I missed this in your presentation, but I'm really interested in the focus group effort. That's, I think, going to be very productive. And you mentioned there's going to be 8 to 12 stakeholders per focus group. Have those stakeholders already been selected? How were they selected? Can you just tell us a little bit more about how they're made up? And then if community members would like to participate in those focus groups, is it too late to do so, or should they email you? Just a little bit more info around the focus group effort in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Rachel, if I miss anything, please feel free to jump in. So we identified during a couple of our meetings, we had a specific work group that was dedicated to this to identify key stakeholders. So I'll go through some of the categories for you now. We have youth serving, so that's both 18 to 24, and then also child serving, so that's K through 12. And then we have a law enforcement category. We have people experiencing homelessness. We have the nonprofit social sector category. We have BIPOC advocacy groups. We have legal/co-response partners, and we have business community. And underneath each of those, we've identified organizations for us to reach out to and partner with. Many of them, because you did such a great job at selecting such a diverse group on the Community Formation Commission, we're fortunate that our network spans pretty wide amongst all of those categories. So we've been reaching out to specific organizations and stakeholders. We are looking for specific people who either have life or professional experience to pull out some of the details of our draft recommendation. And then we also have this survey, which is available to the broader public. And Rachel, did I catch everything?
Yeah, I'll just add a couple things. To your question, Commissioner Herman, it's not too late. The outreach for this actually is this week, is beginning basically this morning. And as Chair Escobedo said, we are beginning certainly with our networks, and we're reaching out to the folks that probably know better than we do as commissioners who might best be part of these focus groups. So like the survey, we're sort of relying on the expertise of the community. So we have a sign-up form, a sign-up mechanism for folks who are interested, and the particulars about the focus group as well, sort of how it's facilitated. We have a facilitator guide that CCI and NACOL put together as well. So that's also was presented at one of our commission meetings and is a publicly available document. So there's more kind of particulars around the guidelines and the format of the focus groups, but it's definitely not too late. And we are actively engaged in sending out that information and hearing from folks this week to try to populate those focus groups. It's a quick timeline as usual, because these are happening the end of next week. But yes, we are doing that now. And if you know folks, we'll have all that information posted on our site.
Great, thank you so much. That seems like a very worthwhile effort. And I think I can probably safely speak for all of us on council when I say, please feel free to lean on us and our networks as well. I would be very happy to make connections or suggestions to the extent that you all need it, though it certainly sounds like you have it very well in hand. And then just my one final question. It seemed, Chair Escobedo, excuse me, that you, on the last slide, the one before this, were referencing an increased funding request. So that would be the action that you would need from us today. And I'm hoping that you could give a little more concrete detail on just what those numbers would look like so that we can have that information, particularly the extension of the NACOL contract. That seems maybe to be the only number that would be very firm. But if you or maybe perhaps Mr. Ramirez have any info on what we're looking at today, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't believe that your council will be taking action today, but it would come up at a future meeting. And so NACOL currently is calculating out how much they think that after expenses, the public outreach effort is going to cost. So we'll have a firm number for that meeting, and I'd be more than happy for myself and the NACOL representative to be available for that meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alejandra Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. For the survey, are you guys going to do any type of practice runs with the survey? So I heard that you guys were going to do paper and online survey.
Correct. We're going to do paper and online, and we're currently doing practice runs of the survey today and tomorrow.
And who are you doing those practice runs? So what I'm envisioning is that I work in education, and sometimes we can jump into saying, let's do a quick survey, we'll do it online. But for many of our parents, doing it online is difficult, or even surveys, we can write down the surveys and we think that the questions are very clear, but when somebody else reads them, the questions might be a little confusing. Are you guys doing any type of practice runs like that where you take the survey and you give it to your neighbor? Just so when it's out there, it's pretty clear. Mind you, I haven't seen the survey.
Yeah, it's a good question. Rachel, I think you're a great person to.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. Yes, because you're absolutely right. And yes, while the outreach for the focus groups were on a quick turnaround, the survey has been in development for months and months, and we've been really, it's been great to sort of have the guidance of our official consultants like NAPOL and CCI, but we've also talked to other community members from UCSB and City College who do surveys regularly. So we were really guided in a lot of best practices by some local folks as well as our professional consultants. So where we're at right now is we're still refining a lot of the language to make sure that even just the phrasing and the way things are written in the survey is sort of an accessible level of language, also doesn't sort of lead or influence responses in a way that will hurt sort of any objective goals of the survey itself. And then we're going to do some test runs. We're still kind of sorting out how, who we should ask and how, because obviously the folks that we get to do test runs, also we don't want that, they won't be able to actually take the survey. Or we're kind of working with CCI on how best to do that. So that's also why the survey is a little bit behind in the timeline from the focus groups, because we want to make sure we get that right. And then we'll have to go into sort of translation services as well, because we want to make sure it's as accessible, especially in Spanish, but then if there's other interpretation or translation needs as well, then that'll kind of raise the same questions again. So we're trying to do that as thoughtfully and intentionally as possible. And that's also why we're really happy to have such a wide network of folks that are kind of asking about it. So hopefully, yeah, if you know anyone that would be a great volunteer to test take a survey, we'd be up for those suggestions.
Thank you for that. And my last question, I know that when we brought up this idea to council, or I'm sorry, I'm going to correct myself, when the community brought this idea to council, everything was pretty much rush. And I'm so grateful to see how much you guys did with a little bit of guidance from us. We just said, hey, make it happen. We brought in community members. So I want to ask you guys at this moment, how can we support you more? How can the council, mayor, staff support this commission more?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I really appreciate you asking it. It has been a long road to get here, and it was a lot of work, I think more work than any of us anticipated. But where we are now, the best way to support us, it would be definitely keeping NAPOL on contract, because we would not have been able to do this without them. We would have been lost, and it would have taken a lot longer. So that's the first, and then the next is just support as we do the community outreach effort. So that's leveraging your networks to get the word out. That's using the city newsletter, if possible, to get the word out about the survey. That would be extremely helpful, because we really do want this to get as much feedback as possible, because we've been really thoughtful to consider as many perspectives as possible. And I think we've done a really good job, but we'll never be able to get everyone's perspective. So having this survey and the focus groups really reach every corner of our community is really, really important. So that's the biggest way that I think the city can support us.
Thank you. My last question is for Ms. Bjork. Can this survey be given to all city staff, or is that like a conflict of interest?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. We can certainly make it available so that the city staff that know it's available and can take it if they'd like to.
I'm just thinking about outreaching, and just the city staff is very well diverse. Yeah, so thank you for that, Mr. Escobedo, and that's it.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you to the commission for the work that you have done to date. I have a question about the survey questions. So I think you mentioned that they would be approved at tomorrow's meeting, but can you give us an idea of the types of questions, or what some of the questions are? Are they open-ended, free response, or scale of 1 to 10, or focusing on positive experiences and possibly negative experiences, or just sort of the range of questions that you're considering in the survey?
Yes, thank you for that, Councilmember Sneddon. I'll start with just a brief statement, and then I think Rachel's the perfect person again to answer these questions. She's been involved with the survey from the very beginning, so and I trust her judgment. She's pretty knowledgeable in this area. So really for the survey in particular, there are some more general questions, but we really wanted to focus on some of the key issues that as a commission we struggled with, or that we think would be really helpful to have community input. And so as the draft recommendation is written now, that very well may not be how it's written after community input. And we really wanted, there's a few decisions or key pieces of language in the draft recommendation that we struggled with for quite a while, and we want community feedback on those parts in particular. But we do have some broader questions. In terms of structure and some of the other content, Rachel would be great to finish the answer.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you. So the idea with the survey, the focus groups will have facilitators who kind of guide conversations, but with the survey, we also have to assume that not everyone will sort of have read all 19 pages of the recommendations. So the way we've structured it is the survey form itself. It's going to be on SurveyMonkey, like sort of a very accessible platform that some folks might be familiar with already. So there'll be a little bit of information given, sort of key points of the recommendations and bullet point, so folks have something to reference. And then there's a couple different sections, so sort of general knowledge and perceptions about police oversight and trust and transparency questions. So definitely not like a full climate survey of how the community feels, but some specific targeted questions around that. And those are all done, are going to be asked on a Likert scale. So sort of strongly agree, disagree, agree, strongly agree, and always with an option of, I'm not sure, I don't have enough knowledge to say at this time. So that's going to be about perceptions, but then also, do you even, are you aware of things like complaint processes or certain things? Then there's going to be, as Gabe mentioned, sort of, a couple questions around particular points of debate. So we're going to ask about the makeup, the eligibility of who will be on the board. And again, these are going to be kind of yes, no, not sure. There's always going to be an option to sort of add additional information on those questions. A couple sections on things like the complaint process. So again, like kind of some details that we'd love to get more. Those are also going to be a Likert scale of sort of degrees of agreement or disagreements. And then asking about things like community involvement. So kind of returning at the end of the survey to get back to things like what will build trust, the way that the board will eventually interact with the community going forward, kind of the same way we're interacting with it now through this. So in addition, a couple other little things, and then there's basically sort of another way of getting at some information, which will just be a section that will be a list of specific kind of recommendations and whether or not folks agree, disagree, or unsure. So we'll have kind of a list then of more individual elements of the recommendation. And then the second section is actually one of the most important sections for us, is the demographic section. So we're also asking, it's always optional, but we're asking folks to identify which neighborhoods they live and or work in, and various identities that they identify with, just so we also kind of have a picture of which parts of the community we have reached with the survey. So that's everything from gender and race and other kind of typical demographics. And then, like I said, sort of neighborhoods and other kind of identities, like everything from veteran, immigrant, students, sort of other self-identified pieces. So, and then there will, I think we're definitely having one section in there, which will basically be an open text box. So if there's anything else you want to share with the commission, there will be a place for folks to just be able to write. If they want to, write us an essay, we will accept that as well.
Thank you. And then will the survey questions themselves be translated in Spanish, and then the material that they're referring to will also be in Spanish as well? Okay. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, if there are no further comments, we'll thank you for your presentation and move on to the next item. Oh,
Thank you,
are
everyone.
are there public comments on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sorry about that.
One moment, please.
How many we have?
One moment, sorry. Okay, we have Hillary Hauser, who had raised her hand previously for a previous item. I'm not sure if she would like to go ahead and speak now. Hillary Hauser, please go ahead and raise your hand if you would. Another person just raised their hand but lowered it. Let's go ahead and call on Hillary Hauser. And Hillary Hauser, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, unmuted now. I really apologize. Does the council want to discuss this issue and then come back to this? I'm so sorry that I missed my moment of speaking to item 9, which was the recommendation of the council to appoint Rebecca Bjork. Should I speak now or wait?
Well, we've already done item 9, Ms. Hauser, so do you have anything that regards this particular item, item 10?
Well, I just wanted to say a big loud chirp, and it's important for me to yell and scream hooray. The first council meeting with Mayor Rouse, I am feeling very positive about Heal the Ocean being able to work with this council on nonpartisan things that are benefiting the city. And all I wanted to say is that Rebecca Bjork helped Heal the Ocean when we started, when I didn't know what was what and how politics work. And Rebecca Bjork took me by the hand and showed me, and we served on the IRWIM, the Santa Barbara County Integrated Water Management Program together. And so she showed me the way. And she's ultra busy, but she always takes the phone and answers. I just want to say, I'm really happy about this appointment, and that's it. And I couldn't let the day go by without saying that. And to everybody on the council that's doing their job. And now with Rebecca on board, fabulous. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hauser. We'll get back to item 10 now. Ms. Clerk.
Very good. And we have one raised hand, Anna Marie Gott.
Good afternoon, City Council. I have 2 questions, basically. The first is, what is the number of survey questions that need to be returned for the results to have a 90% or greater confidence rates of accuracy? We didn't make that requirement with the AUD, and none of the surveys that have ever been done, if any have been done for the AUD, would not be statistically accurate. So I want to know, how many results are we going to require to make sure that we have a 90% or greater confidence of accuracy rate? Regarding the survey, in another way is, are we going to require that people provide their zip code or their district or their address when they fill out the survey? If we have people who take the surveys that are predominantly from one district or 2 districts, maybe that isn't the best way for us to do a survey. So I want to know how we are going to make sure that we are getting a fair representation across the entire city, and the confidence rate. My final comment is, I don't think that we should give any additional monies to anyone who sits on this board if we are not going to also increase the stipend for every single board with the city. I just, in no way, shape, or form think that we should single out one board to receive a bigger stipend or to get childcare or any other additional stipend compared to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. There's no action to be had unless council members have a comment. We'll move on to the next item. Ms. Bjork.
Mayor Rouse, just because it came up during the item, I wanted to clarify that we will return with a amended agreement with NACOL for your approval on a future consent meeting.
All right, thank you very much. And we'll have some detail on that, I assume, as well. And then Mr. Ramirez? Oh, I thought you had a comment. Sorry, thank you. All right, very good. May we have the next item, please?
Yes. Next item is item 11, City Council direction on a multi-unit housing program and regulations.
Okay, I have a request by council for a break. Is that, can we do a 10-minute break? Does that help for the translators as well? Okay, very good. We'll do a 10-minute break. We'll be back at just a little after 3:45. back to order. Madam Clerk, you have an item to read.
Yes, item 11, City Council direction on a multi-unit housing program and regulations.
Okay, very good. Mr. Gullett, I assume, is going to start out?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Dan Gullett, Principal Planner on the city's long-range planning team. We are here today requesting direction from council on a multi-unit housing program and regulations. Also joining us today is Renee Brook, the city planner, and Tava Ostringer, Assistant City Attorney. Jessica Metzger is with us remotely. Jessica is our lead planner for multi-unit housing programs. Next slide, please. The purpose of this hearing is for council to consider options for regulating multi-unit housing, provide direction on a preferred multi-unit housing program for the city's general plan programmatic environmental impact report, and to consider an interim method to allow for denser and smaller housing units. Next slide. I'll cover some background on the average unit size density incentive program. Next slide, please. The state of California requires that every city and county have a general plan. The general plan defines formal goals and policies related to land use on specific issues. The general plan vision from 2011 says, allow for as much housing as possible within resource limits to provide an array of lifestyle options for a demographically and economically diverse resident population. Next slide. The general plan included the concept for a multi-unit housing program, and the entire general plan was reviewed with an environmental impact report in 2010. The city recently received a grant to update the 2010 EIR. We've contracted with Rincon Consultants to help us with this work. This will be a comprehensive update that includes build-out analysis, and the update will allow for streamlined environmental review for housing projects and zoning ordinance amendments. We are currently defining the scope, which is a major reason for the timing of this hearing today. We intend to include the housing element update, which will be developed this year. The climate action plan is an important part of the update as well. Anticipated changes to multi-unit residential standards would also be reviewed as part of this EIR update. We expect certification late this year. Next slide. For background, we wanted to talk a bit about where the current multi-unit housing standards come from. The general plan has multiple policies dedicated to creating more housing. The land use element includes this policy, which says, encourage rental housing close to transit and easy walking and/or biking distance to commercial services and recreational opportunities through smaller unit sizes. Next slide. The current average unit size density incentive program implements this policy and others by facilitating housing with increased densities based on average unit size, reduced parking, setbacks, and open space standards. This program was originally adopted in 2013. It was just recently extended from its 8-year trial period to 2024 by City Council. Next slide. This slide shows production information with the AUD program. Production-wise, building permits have been issued between the years 2013 and now. It's been 539 market rate units and 206 affordable units. All of them have been low income. All of those affordable units were low income. So that represents 28% of the total of building permits issued have been low income units. Pending units, we have 499 market rate units and 101 affordable units. That affordable mix is 63 low income and 38 moderate. Those moderate are a result of City Council's amendment to the AUD program in 2019, which required inclusionary housing for moderate income units. Next slide, please. previous policy direction from council in the general plan was to change from limiting number of units on a lot to limiting total floor area. This follows general plan direction to control the size of structures, ensure compatibility of scale, and to increase small units. Next slide. A fundamental question for your consideration today is what to regulate for multi-unit housing development. Two basic options are to limit the number of units or to limit the floor area on a property. Next slide. To limit the number of units. So density is a typical standard. The city has been regulating by density for many decades. So this is typically the ratio of units per land area, and we typically will say dwelling units per acre. Regulating by units precisely determines how many apartments or condos can be built on a property. In itself, it does not limit the size of buildings. Next slide. This slide graphically shows neighborhoods with various densities. Single unit on the left, townhomes in the center, and larger apartment building on the right. All of these are on generally the same size property. Next slide. Here we go. It's an animated slide, I did not know. So this slide graphically shows neighborhoods in Santa Barbara with various densities. On the left is a single unit neighborhood, Santa Roque. This is about 5 dwelling units per acre. In the middle is the highest density allowed right now with the average unit size density incentive program, 63 units an acre. That's 604 East Coda across from Ortega Park. And then the townhomes at Constance and State are about 10 units per acre. Next slide. The second general option is regulating total floor area. Floor area ratio is the typical standard, or FAR, which is the ratio of floor area per land area. This tool precisely determines how big a building can be. It does not in itself limit the number of units on its own. It's important to note that FAR does not equal number of stories in a building, and I'll use that bottom row for an example. So the bottom row, it's a 2.0 FAR. So on the left, if you have a building that covers the entire lot size, you would have 2 stories. And then on the right, if you have a building that only covers half the lot area, it would be 4 stories, but both are 2.0 FAR. Next slide. Here are 6 examples of buildings and their FARs in different parts of the city. 5 of the 6 of these examples are average unit size density incentive program projects. Next slide, please. And then here's kind of a summary and comparison of these 2 standards. So on the left is AUD density, which is units per acre. On the right is floor area ratio. So density regulates the number of units, while floor area ratio regulates the building size. With density, the number of units, with the AUD density, the number of units you can get is based on the average unit size. So that's pretty unique to the city's program that we do that. With FAR, the number of units is not regulated directly. With AUD density, the unit sizes are limited on average. And then FAR, unit sizes, we were proposing to limit with maximums. Instead of doing a maximum average, just a maximum unit size across the board. With the AUD density, building size is limited by zoning and design review. With FAR, building size is just regulated precisely. AUD density, the maximum zoning envelope is unchanged from what we have on the books today. It is AUD density. We are proposing some changes to densities with the AUD program as part of this, as some of the options before you. But both AUD density and FAR are within the same envelope. Next slide, please. Another factor that would affect building design moving forward are new Santa Barbara design standards. This is an in-progress grant-funded effort that involves members of ABR, HLC, Planning Commission, and AIA. The initial program will identify styles by neighborhood and provide standards, objective standards. These would work in tandem with the multi-unit zoning regulations to provide clear rules and a streamlined process. We expect these standards to be complete next year. Next slide. In 2019, City Council directed staff to prepare new standards to regulate building size with FARs. From that direction, staff developed a draft FAR map. Next slide. The starting point for the map was a current AUD map. This is a current AUD map. There are 3 different tiers of densities allowed in the AUD map: medium, high, and priority. Next slide. Also considered were FARs from recent AUD projects that were measured based on information from the plans. Next slide. Also considered were downtown building designs from the 2020 AIA charrette. FARs were reported for each of the AIA designs along State Street. And here are 2 examples of those. The one on top is where the Cost Plus building is at State and Coda. That's a 4.3 FAR for that example. And the other is in the 99-cent store parking lot on Haley near State, which is a 2.8 FAR for that building. Next slide. From this information, we drafted the FAR map, which was reviewed by a working group, public reviewers through an online forum, ABR, HLC, and City Council. The city also hired an economic consultant who was asked to review the economic feasibility of the program. Next slide. And this is just a side-by-side comparison of the AUD program map and the draft FAR map. Next slide. For the economic feasibility analysis, the city contracted with BAE, who teamed with JKA, architectural firm. Next slide. The scope of work included practitioner interviews and outreach. The consultants developed residential prototypes, conducted feasibility analysis, and provided the economic feasibility study. Next slide. The local practitioner interviews were to inform prototype development and provide local market information on parking, bedroom distribution, minimum lot size, and cost inputs for the analysis. Next slide. Unlike other recent economic studies we've done on housing and development, the consultant developed building prototypes that could be built with building code and current zoning rules. So there are 12 prototypes included with the study. They represent a range of areas on the draft FAR map, and existing zoning was applied to standard Santa Barbara lot sizes. Next slide. The study concluded that most rental prototypes were either feasible or marginally feasible. It also concluded that projects on small lots tend to be less financially feasible, and that current inclusionary in lieu fees likely incentivize developers to build smaller projects and limit them to 10 or fewer units. Next slide. The Planning Commission reviewed the study in October. Sorry about that. The Planning Commission provided individual comments. They didn't make a collective motion on the study. They're individual comments, and they had various perspectives on FAR and the proposed program. Many commissioners expressed a need for additional analysis of FAR and additional public review. City Council was scheduled to review the study in December, on December 14th. That hearing was postponed. Staff would bring that study back to council if there was an interest in proceeding with FAR as a preferred program in the EIR. Next slide. As an alternative to FAR, the AD program could be adjusted. Next slide. With the existing map, densities could be increased with proportionally smaller units. The densities and unit sizes could be informed by the economic study. The AUD map could also be changed to implement the City Council's 2019 direction that's described on page 3 of the council agenda report. Next slide. In the interim, council can consider allowing higher density for more affordability. Next slide. This could be done without amending the zoning ordinance with an existing process called a lot area modification. It could also be called a density modification, but we call it a lot area modification locally. So this is our local process to allow more density. This is a staff hearing officer or planning commission makes these decisions. It's allowed for development with affordable units rented or owned consistent with the city's affordable housing policies and procedures. Currently, the rule is that all units above the density limit must be restricted to low-income households. Next slide. So as I said, the zoning ordinance wouldn't have to be amended to allow for more flexibility in this program since it refers to the affordable housing policies and procedures. The policies and procedures could be modified to allow additional density if a percentage of the unit is deed restricted to low or moderate income. And this kind of change could be considered by Planning Commission and City Council in spring if there's interest. Next slide. The last topic I'll cover briefly here is the housing element. We will be working on a housing element update this year for the next 8-year planning cycle. Next slide. Here's our current production numbers for the 5th cycle. The 5th cycle started in 2015 and extends to 2023. The city's allocation is in the bottom left-hand side, 4,100 units. To date, through 2020, the city produced 1,328 units. The city is on track to produce less than half of its regional housing needs allocation. Next slide, please. So the 6th cycle, the cycle that starts next year, the city's allocation increased substantially, and this was true across the state. So the 5th cycle, the city's allocation was 4,100 units. The 6th cycle, our allocation is 8,001 units. This is the zoning capacity that the city must provide. In this cycle, we will include accessory dwelling units, which weren't considered in the previous cycle. Also, urban lot splits and 2-unit residential development per Senate Bill 9, and any changes to density and/or FAR standards. Next slide. For the update, we will need to plan for existing and projected housing needs, including this regional housing needs allocation, prepare a site inventory and analysis, identify governmental constraints, and identify programs to implement policies and achieve goals and policies. We will be doing public outreach and discussing policy approaches with the Planning Commission and Council later this year. Next slide. For today, we're asking Council to consider the options in the Council report. Next slide. The 3 options under A are proceed with an FAR program, amend AUD to allow higher densities with smaller units, or amend AUD to reflect the 2019 direction for map changes. And we are also asking Council to consider interim methods to incentivize smaller units. Next slide. That concludes my presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you. We have questions from council. We have Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff. So I'll just get right to it. I have a series of different questions. So I'm trying to understand the implications of state bonus density on the FAR and on AUD. So the first question we'll say AUD if we were to stay with that, is at the rate now of the highest density is 63 units per acre. What is, one, the state bonus density, how high can it go per acre? And then two, how does the 60-foot rule apply? Is it by right? We have a charter that says 60 feet. One, can it go above 60 feet? And then two, if it is eligible for 60 feet, does it still have to go through our process on a community benefit? And then for AUD, and then I have a question regarding FAR. So if we could just help me understand state bonus density as it relates to AUD.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. I'll start with the height. With regards to state density bonus law, it only regulates or allows for additional height if the project is 100% affordable, and then it says it may go to, I believe it's an additional story above, not above what is allowed. I'd have to check that. However, our charter sets a limit of a maximum of 60 feet, and we've always asserted that the charter takes precedence over that. We've had a project come through that has tried to use that, and through discussions, they did limit their project to 60 feet because of our charter provision. With regards to AUD and state bonus density, if a project were to come in and under state density bonus and request the allowable under state density bonus, we've seen projects want to even increase that amount of units, generally suggesting using a concession to get above what state density bonus allows. However, our code says that if you're going to go above state density bonus or outside of state density bonus, we as a city can grant that. However, you have to follow our affordable housing policies and procedures, and those limit any additional units to very low or low income. So we've heard from developers that that doesn't make the project feasible, and there's been a suggestion to possibly change that to allow for a higher affordable limit, middle, moderate, and that was what Mr. Gullett was suggesting, is that would be allowing for a possible increased density without going through a zone change.
Okay, that's helpful for that last question. And then the other part of the AUD is if they went to state bonus density and they were trying to go say 55 and they qualified under state bonus density, but that's where they want to do, and we have the 45 and the 48 for the central business district feet. Do they automatically get to go to 55, or do they have to still qualify as a community benefit for us to give them going above 48 feet? Does that make sense, that question?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, I think I understand your question. So in those areas where we have the existing height limit of either 45 feet or 48 feet within the central business district for certain projects, in those same zones, the maximum charter height limit is 60 feet. So I think the question is, currently, any project that wants to propose a height above 45 or 48 feet must qualify as a community benefit project and then go to the Planning Commission to have special findings made. And so I believe, if I understand the question, is can a project bypass that by being a state density bonus project and not have to go to the Planning Commission? And I'm looking to Ms. Ostringer for the answer to that.
The answer is they would, Friedman through the mayor, they could request it as a concession or a possible waiver, and the city can deny concessions or waivers if they can find that the project as proposed or the concession or waiver would create a public safety or health. It's the city's burden to prove that, or that in some way, if it's a waiver, that the project would be economically infeasible, in which case again is the city's burden to prove that, and the project applicant doesn't necessarily need to provide the city with the economics for the project.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brooke. You articulated much better than I did, but as I understand it, they could go to between above 48 but below 60. There is a process to deny it, but the burden is on us to deny it. So that could be an implication with state bonus density. So to the FAR, being that state bonus density bonus is related to density and FAR is not density, does state density bonus program apply to FAR?
Mayor Rouse, Commissioner Friedman, I'm sorry, Councilmember Friedman. State density bonus does apply to FAR. There are other jurisdictions that only have FAR that are charged with using state density bonus as well. Contacted our state contacted HCD and they confirmed that it would still apply, but we have options of how to apply it.
Okay, so it does, and what are those options, just so we all understand up here?
One option would be to just accept concessions and incentives, as Ms. Ostringer referenced earlier. Another way we could do it is to allow for an additional percentage of residential floor area. And the third way, which is more complicated, would be to convert FAR into units and then add a percentage of units on top of that.
So it's a little different, but it does apply. So even with an FAR where you get a bigger project with more units, you could even get more due to state. Okay, that's helpful. And then in a communication from a member of the public, I want clarity on this as well. Is the state density bonus program already enables projects in AUD priority overlay to achieve an FAR of up to 3.0 and a height of 5 stories? I think you answered the 5-story height because it goes with the charter, but is there anything to your understanding that it increases the that it would basically increase the size of a building under AUD so that the FAR would be higher, or the buildable space would be higher? Maybe I'm not articulating that right. I'm just trying to understand if the AUD with state bonus density would lead to larger buildings similar to the FAR.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I would expect an AUD project with state density bonus to be a much larger building. You can add up to 50% of the unit, so that could be 90 plus units in a project.
If it was 100% affordable.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move a few more questions. So the next question I have is in terms of the option to look at an AUD or the modified AUD. So in the staff report, it mentions some different densities. For example, the 63 units per acre, it goes up from 111 to in the high 140s. How did we determine that? And then is there the ability to, if we wanted to increase density of AUD, but give direction to increase it somewhat, but not to that level? Because I have concerns with that level that it would lead to the same types of massing and that FAR could. So how did you come up with those, and could we look at something smaller? So we increase the density, but not to that degree.
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, I can start with the response to that question. So the table you're referring to in the council agenda report, what we were suggesting in the report, because again, going back to the primary purpose of the hearing is to provide direction to staff so we understand what to study in the general plan program EIR. So we're trying to understand the boundaries, the potential build out that we should analyze the environmental impacts of. So we suggested in there, based on the development prototypes that BAE and their architectural consultant produced, with the draft FAR map, again, they went through the exercise of following the existing zoning standards, applying different FAR numbers to pretty standard lot sizes, and were able to find that many more units could potentially be built within the same general volume of building. And so those are the numbers that we suggested in the council agenda report could be studied in the program EIR. It does, in some cases, more than double, sometimes triple potentially the number of units in the same size building. Again, it was based on the prototypes. If directed by council to take a slightly more conservative approach to those maximum densities, we could certainly study that. The EIR will also study alternatives, so we could, in the alternatives analysis, take a more aggressive number and then also take a less aggressive number and see if that trips any thresholds for environmental impacts as well. So just, again, keeping in mind, that's our hope with the direction today, is to really get some understanding of what's realistic for us to study. And then, of course, we'll bring that information back when it's time to actually make ordinance amendments to implement the program.
Perfect. So that was just, you put that information in, for the records, page 7 of the staff report. So if we were to go down an AUD modified, we're not stuck to those numbers. We could give you a range to look at, and that would be part of what you would be seeking today as direction. Okay. And then I have just a quick question on slide 8 of the presentation. Just I want to make sure I understood that. So it says that you mentioned that the permits issued was 28% affordable. And when you look at the pending, there's 101 out of 499, so it's basically 20%. So is that from market developers on the market, or does that include housing authority, other types of subsidized housing to get to that 20+%?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Freeman, that's almost entirely housing authority, people self-help housing, or low-income housing developers.
Okay, so when you're talking about private developers, because someone could look at this slide and if we didn't have that clarification, it's not 20% for those, for private developers. It's within the 10% that that's what they've been building. They haven't been building 20% affordable for the most part.
Right, in the 38 moderate, my understanding is those are entirely inclusionary, which is the 10% of all units. And that's your new program from 2019 on.
Okay, and then I think I have, I think I don't have any further questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gullett, when we're tasked with trying to figure out, play with the AUD, go to an FAR on page 6 of the staff report somewhere, you cautioned that on the bottom of that third full paragraph before you get into those density things, that the AUD program would continue to rely more heavily on subjective design guidelines. What prevents a mutation of the AUD program to the higher densities in the study from getting away from subjective design guidelines as a detriment to that and including objective design guidelines? Is there something that prevents that?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, no, that is the intent, that all multi-unit development could be subject to these new Santa Barbara objective design standards. What's being referenced there is AUD wouldn't have that governor on the total building size that's in the zoning ordinance.
But you could do it, I guess is what I'm asking. You can pick both, you can pick and choose from both programs and make a hybrid that could accomplish that also, right?
Yes, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, you can have AUD plus FAR. So this would just be an AUD program where you have a new regulation that limits building size with AUD.
And then the report that lists out all the tiers and the scenarios. So the only difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3, they both get applied in any color zone, but a Tier 2 would provide 10% of moderate inclusionary, and a Tier 3 would provide some level of higher. In the study, it was 15 to 20%, right?
Correct.
And those studies only looked at the burden of the percentage of moderate category inclusionary, right?
That's correct.
So any discussion we want to have today on low or very low inclusionary there's nothing in this report that addresses that, is there?
The report does not.
And then, tell me if I read this right too. So, because you went through your staff report very quickly and efficiently. So in Tier 2, which is using a burden of 10% moderate inclusionary, moderate category, the finding was that generally in that whole category of Tier 2 at moderate at 10% inclusionary, they were not feasible or marginally feasible. Does that sound right?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, that's correct, based on the executive summary.
And they
of
make the
study.
point, so I could have probably just kept going. You have to get to Tier 3, where you're putting a higher level of moderate inclusionary, but you're giving added FAR. You're building on top of the FAR zoning underneath it. You're adding to the FAR number to get to a point where it's feasible or marginal. And this is still at a moderate category of inclusionary, having nothing to do with low or very low. So where I'm leading with that, and I just want to verify, I'm sure I'd get your agreement, then in either one of those tiers, if you wanted to talk about low or very low inclusionary housing categories, it would make those scenarios worse, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That is not a bright and shining star to chase. I think that's most of my questions. I think I'm in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions have been asked. I just want a quick clarification and thank you, Mr. Gullett and Ms. Metzger, everyone who's worked on this. With regard to the interim option that you laid out, the provision of extra density in exchange for more affordable units, I forgot which slide that was. I apologize. Can you just clarify for me what the interim means? Are you suggesting that that's an option to put in place immediately until the EIR is finalized, or what exactly does interim mean in this context?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, here interim more meant something we can do fast and make available for developers. It may be actually a permanent availability through a lot area modification, but it's something we can do relatively fast.
Thank you so much. So what, if I'm understanding you correctly, there's no intention by calling it interim to imply that we will be taking it away in 6, 8 months or a year, just rather that we can implement it immediately. That's correct?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, when I was speaking to, I think we talked about the AUD possible quick fix interim where we would be amending the affordable housing policies and procedures, that whereas additional units above what state density bonus allows or what the city would allow would be at a higher, could be amended to be at a higher income level. I just wanted to let the council know that if that's something the council wants us to pursue, I'd also be looking at that with regards to the Housing Crisis Act to make sure that, because there is a provision in there that says if you increase your density, you can't then go backwards. And so in this case, we're not necessarily increasing our density. We are just simply changing the affordable level that would make a project more feasible, but I would look at it in a way that to determine whether that would be looked at by the state as an increase in density. I don't think that it would be, but it is something I'd look at for you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Question for Mr. Gulla. We talked on slide 36 about the regional housing needs allocation. And you talked about produce, and then you talked about zones and going up to 8,000. So I'd like to kind of to embrace all those numbers and find out exactly what it is we need to do, what we need to accomplish, at least by the letter of the law. And the due date, or I think Ms. Brooke looked like you might be ready to comment on that. Whomever. Can't tell with a mask on, I don't know.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Could you bring up slide 36, please? I'm trying to find it. Okay, so slide 36 is our current city regional housing needs allocation. This is the one where we started in 2015, the 4,100 units. So what the city was required to do in our 2015 housing element was to show that we have the zoning capacity to provide 4,100 units. I believe with that we showed we had 6,300 units, and it was very conservative when we showed it that way. One example is the AUD program and priority housing overlay. So you can go a maximum of 63 units an acre. In our housing element, we showed it as going up to 30 units an acre. So we do expect that we have the zoning capacity to meet the 8,001, which is our next cycle, and we'll be looking at that very soon.
So we have the zoning capacity, but not necessarily the designations we need to nail down what we can do in those capacities, or? I mean, these are the determinations we're trying to make, I guess, today, or to give you direction to make?
Well, our housing element is going to look at a number of different things. One of the things is meeting our RHNA obligations with the state. That's proving out that we have the space and the zoning to do 8,001 units. And then it goes beyond that into our local policies for local needs. So again, we think we have that capacity now. We don't think we need to change the zoning to get there. We have current policy and to provide 4 more units. More units for the
So with the
city.
state, we're talking about numbers of units, and of course, with our city rubric, we're talking about levels of affordability. That's right, okay, very good. And then the last question for me is, you mentioned the word practitioners with your consultant group. That would be like people that are contractors and developers?
That's correct. Contractors, developers, property owners, consultants.
Okay.
Architects.
Very good. Mr. Friedman, do you have a comment or a question, I mean?
So I had one more question that came up. It goes to the definition of community benefit. So I forgot to ask this earlier. It's my understanding that just rental housing, not affordable, but rental housing is identified as a community benefit. Can you, one, confirm if that is the case?
Absolutely. Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Friedman, you are correct. So as I mentioned earlier about those types of projects that can ask for additional height above the 45 or 48 feet limit up to 60 feet are projects that are defined as community benefit projects, and those within the priority overlay, rental housing qualifies as a community benefit project. And that was explicit at the time that the AUD program was developed, because we hadn't seen rental housing developed for, in any significant number for 40 years. So rental housing at that time was market rate even, was considered community benefit.
That's helpful. So as understanding with the context of that, so the follow-up question would be, as part of any direction today, would it be helpful for us to give, or can we today, the way that we're agendized, could we give direction to take a look at the definition of community benefit housing, to look at whether or not we want to modify that to encourage more affordable housing?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, we've brought that to Planning Commission recently. So we have several different zoning ordinance amendments that we're going in tandem, and we're bringing bite-sized chunks to Planning Commission to review. And Planning Commission has recommendations on that. They do want it not to just be rental housing, but to have some amount of affordability beyond inclusionary.
So that's going through the process, that is in the process to come back to us to look at that policy and make modifications that will get us the housing we need. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan, you have another question?
Just another quick one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gullett, just back to that arena chart. On the low and very low, the 204 units since 2015, be safe to say that literally every single one of those was the equivalent of a housing authority unit with subsidized dollars or the other manipulations that housing authority uses to their advantage with taxes and such as that. None of them were a private developer effort.
Yeah, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, I think that's a safe assumption.
Okay, and that's despite the fact that I've always thought that lot area modification thing was just troublesome in the findings and the requirement for low income. But that's despite the fact that we do have that tool that you put on a slide to ask for a lot area modification to get more height or whatever, more density, and still a private developer could not do so, did not do so, perceivably because it just didn't pencil out. They still couldn't pencil that out and put a project through, right?
Generally, yes.
I guess that's an assumption I'm making for the reason. So, yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, very good. If there are no further questions, Madam Clerk, we'll go to public comment. And how many speakers do we have?
Mr. Mayor, we have 9 raised hands.
9 raised hands, okay, very good. We'll go 3 minutes per speaker. Sorry? Oh, okay. And we will say that at 10 minutes to 5, we'll be not taking further public comment, raised hands on that. So if you're interested in commenting, please raise your hand now. And the first speaker, please.
Very good. I will read out the names of the first several speakers. Additionally, I would like to note we do have one call-in speaker. The person who has called in, if you wish to raise your hand, you can do that by pressing *9. *9. Very good. We will have Greg Wrights, then Linda Honickman, Nadia Abushanab, Matthew Taylor, Rob Fredericks, Lisa Carlos, Chris Galea, and Steve Johnson. Greg Wrights, please go ahead.
Mayor Rouse and Santa Barbara City Council. My name is Greg Wrights. I live in the San Roque neighborhood of Santa Barbara, and I'm a real estate developer. I encourage you to support the FAR program and the interim FAR program that's been discussed today for several reasons, mostly because it will produce more housing in a way that will maintain more local control for our city to determine how that housing is built and where it's built and how it impacts our city. You heard that the density bonus program must be applied to an FAR program, but it is done in a way of the city's choosing, whereas the state density bonus program as it currently applies is mandated by the state. Furthermore, with an FAR program, it guts the incentive of the state density bonus, which is a density bonus. Without density, you don't get a density bonus. And if you implement a density bonus program that's modified with the FAR program, you can dictate what that means. Currently, you do not have control of the height of the buildings because the state density bonus program will give you an extra floor. You don't have control of the massing and size of buildings because under the AUD, you can build commercial on top of all the residential you build. And again, the density bonus will add more mass to that. And then finally, the state density bonus will dictate what kind of affordable housing we get in Santa Barbara. And that's something under an FAR program, you and the city and all the community can determine. And finally, I would encourage you to support the interim program. There's several projects that I believe will come forward to prove why the FAR program is superior to AUD. Under that interim program, you could simply adopt the current 10% moderate income housing that is currently required, adopt the draft FAR map, and see what proposals come forward. I, for example, have a project that's proposed with a state density bonus program, and I would forego that, and I would use the FAR program. It would go from 98 bedrooms to more like 90 bedrooms. It would go from 4 very low income units to most likely 9 moderate units. So it would actually perhaps be a smaller, less impact, and it would be delivering more low income affordable, moderate income affordable housing. So I encourage you, if you want to keep it local, to go FAR. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Linda Honickman. Linda Honickman, please go ahead.
I'm Linda Honickman, a homeowner and former employer of a failed business in the city. You have tough decisions to make, balancing community needs with limited resources. And city staff have an even tougher task to produce planning updates with an expanded to-do list and a decrease in personnel bandwidth. But before we focus on building size and maps, we need to recenter the people who will be helped or hurt by this process. I continue to hear that Santa Barbara will always be unaffordable, that this so-called housing crisis is no worse than what this community has gone through before. I want to push back on those assumptions. A number of people are collecting data to present at the March 16th League of Women Voters Forum that should be helpful. But in the meantime, here are some examples of local renter difficulties from my employer hat perspective. Friend had to work 3 jobs to cover her student loans of over $200,000 at 9%, which impacted her mental health. She minimized her housing costs by sharing a bedroom with another worker in a private home for $500 a month. Of the 20 employees we worked with, at least a third had major medical problems, including cancers and a suicide attempt. Some commuted from Ventura County. A few left town after giving up on ever affording a house in the area. Before Kathy became our office manager at $15 an hour, she had a better job as an art director of a fashion company on State Street before it closed. She moved to a small but much loved apartment and was devastated when the landlord died. Finding a replacement property was stressful, and during the move, she had a major medical emergency. During recent years, several other friends faced evictions through no fault of their own. Susan had to move when mold was discovered in her apartment where she had happily lived for years, and there were no places to move to that were close to the rent she had been paying on a fixed income. Nancy also had to move out when a landlord died. In spite of having a professional license, she didn't have income to cover the increasing rents. So for months, she lived in her office with no bed or shower. Renters and local workers who have time to follow this issue are getting the message that the priority for housing downtown is for market rate. They are not hearing about where they could be accommodated if not downtown. In the downtown area, let's put out the welcome mat for our workforce of low to moderate incomes who want a healthy lifestyle and don't need a car. We should acknowledge that it will be difficult given the high costs, and it could take a decade to catch up with needs, but it will be an important value statement for everyone to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Can I ask a question to that speaker?
Okay, Mr. Jordan has a question.
If she's still there. So you mentioned a League of Women's Voters March Forum on the 16th.
Yes.
You know, is that one of those lunchtime
Yes.
dates to look to?
Noon. We'll send you a Zoom link.
Thanks. Yeah, they often get lost in the emails of the week, but I'd be interested in making sure we all see it, or at least I see it. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Nadia Abushanab. Nadia Abushanab, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Abushanab, and I'm here on behalf of myself as a renter and SBCAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. Yeah, I agree with what Linda Honigman said, and I just want to emphasize that what our community really needs is designated affordable housing. So we wholeheartedly support the option that staff presented to deed restrict all units with increased density to low, very low or moderate income. With corporate and hedge fund ownership of housing skyrocketing across the country and a near 0% vacancy rate in the city, the typical supply-demand argument is simply incomplete. I have several friends who are young working people making above minimum wage, well above minimum wage, who have left the area over the years because of the high cost of housing. I've also heard the perspective that Santa Barbara has always been an expensive city, and that's just how it is. But that is unacceptable. We need these people to stay here. We need grocery workers, drugstore workers, restaurant staff. And it's not just these typically lower wage workers who are struggling. It's also our teachers, police, firefighters, EMTs, and more. Renters in these professions and just renters in general should be specifically targeted to hear their perspective to be part of this discussion. Renters were notably left out of the charrette group and the stakeholder groups included in the State Street subcommittee. Renters should be reached out to in order to find ways to incentivize the smaller units, not just developers, to discover if renters are even interested in these units and what they would need to include to be appealing to renters in this city. We need people to stay in Santa Barbara, and more of them are leaving the city every day. If the market is left to its own devices, this trend will continue until Santa Barbara really is uninhabitable for working people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please? Oh, one moment, please, Mr. Colon.
Excuse me, Honorable Mayor, I'd suggest reiterating your 4:50 cutoff for public comment.
Thank you very much. Yes, we were going to take public comment until 10 minutes of 5. Now, we may have the next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker is Matthew Taylor. Matthew Taylor, please go ahead.
You hear me okay? Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and Council. My name is Matthew Taylor. I'm a Santa Barbara native, Mesa resident, and the owner-developer of multiple properties in the city, including a significant portion of La Cumbre Mall. I just wanted to express my support for the FAR program and an interim FAR program that's currently being contemplated by the city. My only complaint being that an FAR of 2.0 placed upon La Cumbre Mall, it looks like a down zone, which is unfortunate. But overall, I do believe that FAR is the best solution to date that we've seen in the city. I believe it'll meet the missing middle housing needs that we have. You know, it's affordable, not with a capital A. It is, you know, FAR is a robust concept that adapts quickly to market changes and conditions and community needs. I do believe it's the best pathway forward where we can keep local control and have projects that suit our city and our community believes suits our city, and not, you know, mutant type projects that have to rely upon state housing density bonus to get us to maximum height limits, focused on getting, you know, the absolute most out of a site when it would be unnecessary if we were just allowed to use FAR and just meet, you know, our community and objective design standards. I'm going to leave it at that, and I just once again want to reiterate my support for this. I think it solves a lot of issues.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rob Fredericks. I'm going to list the names of the speakers who have raised their hand by the cutoff. We have Rob Fredericks, Lisa Carlos, Chris Galea, Steve Johnson, Anna Marie Gott, Sheila Lodge, Craig Minus, and then our final speaker, let's see. Okay, then we'll have Pam Flynn Tambo, then John Campanella, and John Campanella will be our
That
final
will be
speaker.
the final speaker for this item. Thank you. This next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Rob Fredericks. Rob Fredericks, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some brief comments on this important issue you are considering. As you know, the Housing Authority submitted a detailed written comment letter on the FARs, and I want to just reiterate a few important points. First, the Housing Authority is not against the concept of FARs. As you've heard from others, it has a good base for planning. The issue we have is where the line is drawn for the level of FARs allowed throughout the city. We understand that regulating size, bulk, and scale caps is tricky, but there must be a balance with regard to livability and neighborhood compatibility. In my letter, we provide some visual references with some of our existing property FARs compared to what is proposed, and we are concerned with the tremendous upzoning that could occur here. Secondly, the definition of community benefit should be tightened up so that it does not include all rentals, but rather only include capital A affordable housing, or at the very least, only include those developments that meet a higher percentage of deed restricted affordable units that is well above the inclusionary requirements. And while the staff report does not include any discussion on local marketing preference, we believe this is essential to include in the multi-unit housing ordinance moving forward. We need to house our local residents and workforce first, and we need to provide for those most burdened by high housing costs. We have a huge demand with thousands on our waiting list for our programs, and I receive letters on a daily basis like the following, pleading for help. Dear Santa Barbara Housing Authority, I am a local school teacher in need of finding a way to substantially live in Santa Barbara, sustainably live. I am currently paying about 70% of my paycheck for a garage studio and do not have enough left over to really cover the costs of living safely within Santa Barbara. I have no way of saving money or being able to work towards a down payment. This is a very sad state of affairs for Santa Barbara. Things have got to change, particularly for those who do not come from intergenerational wealth, have not owned a home for decades, or do not have a partner with significant income. I desire to stay in Santa Barbara and keep the job I enjoy, which holds significant meaning in our society. However, with condos costing over $5,000 a month and houses costing $1.5 million for a fixer-upper, we stand no chance of surviving here. So this is just one of many letters that we receive, and we need to help those who are most vulnerable in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lisa Carlos. Lisa Carlos, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Here is the public policy question I care about the most today. Will incentivizing more market rate housing either through large FARs or a higher density AUD program move us one step closer to fixing our housing affordability crisis? To date, the evidence says no. While our AUD program has offered developers breaks on parking, open space, and density, none of the new housing is affordable by design. Unfortunately, 8 years of incentives and hundreds of new market rate units has not led to cheaper housing on the other end. I've lived in the Bay Area and can tell you trickle-down economics didn't work there. It's not working here. Rents in Santa Barbara continue to soar. Of course, when we live in a highly desirable place, build it and people not only come, but they come with deep pockets, taking new housing for second homes or illegal vacation rentals. which makes it unavailable to our local workforce. Keep in mind too, that new housing takes 30+ years to depreciate in value and become naturally affordable. That doesn't help our workforce in the short term. The updated PEIR analysis will undoubtedly determine that our city's resources and ability to absorb impacts from more density are limited. So if we're adding more housing, it better be the right kind of housing. According to our RENA numbers, the right kind of housing is affordable, not market rate. As of 2020, we've reached 70% of the above moderate income target, but have only met 12% of the housing we need for our low and very low income workforce, and less than 1% of the housing for our moderate income workforce. Sadly, a 10% inclusionary provision won't put a dent in closing that gap. So what to do? Prioritize the building of 100% deed-restricted affordable housing. And let's redeploy the talents of the city staff to do what they're already apparently doing. I was happy to hear Dan Gullett, for example, today throw out some proposals I haven't had an opportunity to review, although it looks like developers have. And I think that's great. Let's keep going in that direction. I'd like to see more agreements between nonprofit and for-profit housing developers to build projects designated for affordable workforce housing. And let's take some of those inspired AIA charrette designs for our city parking lots and get them shovel ready. To be clear, I'm not saying we shouldn't encourage market rate housing. We should, but it must be for the right reason. Incentivizing the transformation of a large vacant store downtown into nice condos, for example, would be a worthy cause. What I'm worried about is opening the floodgates with FARs that are too large, such as the 3.6 FAR proposed by the BAE study. This causes speculative land purchasing, which in turn raises land values, pricing out our nonprofit and our housing authority from building 100% affordable projects. We also shouldn't pursue a scenario that triples the density of our AUD program, which is why I support Alternative 2 as the direction for the PEIR. Thank you very much for your service and for the staff's time today.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Chris Galea. Chris Galea, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the time. My name is Chris Galea. I'm actually, sorry, am I being heard?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. I'm actually a Canadian. My wife and I absolutely love Santa Barbara and have been coming here every year for the last 8-9 years because we just love what the city represents. I'm a former business professor with a focus on sustainable development. That was my career. But I left a tenured position to start a small company called Micro Boutique Living in Canada that specializes in small housing micro units. And this was made possible because in the city where we live, in Halifax, Nova Scotia, the city changed its zoning to essentially an FAR program for the same reasons that you're contemplating it here, which is because of the huge demand for housing and not enough affordable housing. Our vacancy rate is also around 1% in Halifax. And it is starting to work. And so I'm calling to just share a few thoughts in support of the FAR program, because essentially what it does, it provides a new form of housing in a city, which is smaller micro units. It doesn't change the outside of the buildings in terms of the building envelope. That's up to you. That can easily be controlled with the current regulations. But it allows developers to essentially put forth smaller, higher design micro units, which is what our company has been doing for the last 10 years very successfully. And the benefits to a small segment, but an important segment of the rental population, which is the people who can't afford the very high-end condos and high rents. It allows them to live in independent units that are very small. Our units are 200-300 square feet, 400 for 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. We're currently building a 132-unit building in a neighboring of New Brunswick with the same intent. And so the value of it from a sustainability perspective is huge. You have a third the normal footprint of regular apartments, so much less water use. In our case, heating, not an issue here, of course, but air conditioning would be, and so forth. So ultimately, I guess, I obviously am interested in development because that's what we do now, but I'm speaking purely as an outsider from somebody whose city went through the same struggle And I'm strongly encouraging you to look at the FAR because it does really allow for a new housing, lower cost option that developers want without any incentives, without the need for all sorts of subsidies. And so I do hope you will look at it very closely. The benefits far outweigh any of the kind of transitional issues that are involved. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Steve Johnson. Steve Johnson, please go ahead.
Believe I've unmuted myself. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to correct some incorrect information, which I've heard earlier in the proceedings concerning the height limit of projects. Any developer that proposes a 100% affordable project, such as the Housing Authority, can build a project of 78 feet high. The ABR has no say in it. Council has no say in it. It's allowed by state law. That's a consequence of Assembly Bill 1763, passed in 2019. And I'd like someone from the City Attorney's Office to confirm that assertion. The Housing Authority right now is doing a project 220 North La Cumbre, which is proposed at 53 feet high. Everybody knows that in the R3 zone, you're not supposed to build more than 45 feet high, but they're building a project that's 53 feet high, and not a peep was raised at their ABR review about that fact. It could have been 78 feet high, and you might ask Rob Fredericks why that was not the case. Another point I'd like to mention is the staff reports would benefit if they would look at previous proposals, such as variable density and the last 8 years of AUD. Did those programs achieve their goals? And if not, why not? If we don't understand that, we're likely to just repeat mistakes in the future. Last point would be the AUD program in the non-CBD zones. Housing in those zones are really limited by parking requirements more than anything else. And if you want more density, you're going to need to do something about parking. I would suggest not requiring any parking for at least 2 additional smaller units. Just don't require parking at all. In the future, you're not going to need a car. You're going to call up a rental company and order a car to drive itself to your location. People are not going to need cars nearly as much in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. I also echo Rob Frederick's comments, but I am worried about 100% affordable housing height limits in state bonus density. Regarding the community benefit finding, I think you need to include a public-private benefit or capital A affordable as a requirement to have any additional height. We do need public-private housing partnerships, and we really do not have those in town. I think that you need to make sure that this is a priority so that we don't continue to get unaffordable rentals from large developers or projects that are going to be proposed by hedge funds. Regarding Santa Barbara City College and UCSB, they don't provide enough housing or any housing for their students. That is one of the significant reasons we have such a housing crisis here in the city. The council really does need to address this both with UCSB and Santa Barbara City College. Regarding local preference, which has been mentioned, that should be an absolute requirement for any AUD housing unit, and you need to put teeth in it in any requirement. We haven't even talked about commercial space impact fees. Every single time a commercial space is developed or expanded, we actually induce the need for more affordable housing, but we don't actually collect any fees for that. We need to actually make sure that commercial businesses subsidize affordable housing. Developers should also be required to provide a pro formas for every single AUD development. We also need ownership, not rental housing, and priority, housing for high income, earners is just ridiculous. We need to focus on low and moderate income earners, and we need to consider using the income of the average worker here in the city, which is roughly $20,000 under the county's AMI. Regarding the people taking surveys, we really need to know what those proposed rents were. And when AUD first started, it was $1,800 for 2 units, for 2 bedroom. Now it's $3,000 or $3,500. It's not fair to have people take surveys when they don't even know what the cost of the rental unit is. And once they do find out, they'll realize how unaffordable the AUD program is, and they will demand something else. Finally, we need a living wage, period. When is this going to be agendized? Because your constituents, fewer and fewer of them are able to stay here in the town. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sheila Lodge. Sheila Lodge, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Sheila Lodge. FARs are another incentive to developers, and they are not warranted if the ones that have already been given haven't provided the kind of housing Santa Barbara needs. The first one allowed an extra floor within a 45-foot limit. It was a third more buildable area on the lot. The second allowed up to 63 dwelling units in the priority overlay areas, 2 to 3 times that of Santa Barbara County and other county cities. These huge incentives have been in place since the beginning of the AUD program. More recently, the city allowed residential units in the CBD to be built without any parking. The developer of a new no parking project was asked if rents would be lower. He replied, "Rents will be what the market will bear." Despite these very big incentives, rents have been what the market will bear, not market rate, middle income, affordable, as developers had said they would be. In addition, when the AUD program was put in place, property values went up. The city's housing authority expects that with FARs increased land values would again make it more difficult for affordable housing providers to compete for scarce developable land. What is proposed is what the development community wants, not what the people of Santa Barbara want. The staff survey of the public found support for an FAR of 2 or less. When the AIA was asked what height is appropriate for downtown, almost 4,500 people responded. A solid majority said 3 stories, far less than the FARs proposed. Under the FARs proposed, the buildings would be completely out of scale for Santa Barbara. In addition, the AUD program is working. Last March, it was reported that the vacancy rate had gone up to 4.4%. Credit for this improvement in the housing market went to the AUD program. I've heard that a presentation to Citizen Planning Association earlier this month, Santa Barbara County Planning Director Lisa Plowman said that the county and other county cities should look to Santa Barbara for its innovative AUD program to help address housing issues. The AUD program is achieving its goal while preserving what we all love about Santa Barbara. As to the interim methods to incentivize smaller housing units, the greatly increased density suggested in the staff report has not been seen by the PC Planning Commission. I think they are the result of a request from both Commissioner Wiscombe and myself to find a way to allow for greater density that could result in small efficiency or micro units under the AUD program. However, the intent was that it be limited to the CBD and that it have a much higher percentage of affordability required than the current 10%. A blanket increase in density will not achieve the desired results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lodge. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Craig Minus. Craig Minus, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. I want to first thank the staff for their hard work. It's a very complex effort, and they have done a very good job. Today, I'm speaking with two hats on. My first hat is as the Executive Director of the Coastal Housing Coalition. The Coastal Housing Coalition is a nonprofit workforce housing advocacy group. And at the direction of the CHC board, I'm here to show our support for the staff recommendations regarding the FAR. The CHC was thoroughly involved with the AUD program and its creation, which through that work has helped workforce housing come to the city for the first time in many, many decades. The FAR is an iteration of a good effort in achieving workforce housing. AUD is doing its job, but it is facing recent challenges. And the FAR approach is the right tool to continue to help achieve workforce housing. My second hat is as a local land use developer. I've been involved with housing policy for years. One benefit to FAR is it helps meet the changing demand and acceptance of housing unit sizes. Frankly, there is a market for smaller units. As the staff explained earlier, AUD does dictate average size of 811 square feet. Developers want to build smaller units and believe there is a strong demand for such units. FAR will allow for that. I also encourage the interim FAR program. Many contemplated projects have been on the sidelines waiting for clear direction from the city. In fact, I'm involved with a project who's been on the sidelines for close to a year. We are ready to bring housing to the city, and the interim program allows us to get off the sidelines and do that immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Pam Flint Tambo. Then after her, the final speaker is John Campanella. Pam Flint Tambo, please go ahead.
Did that do it? Mayor Rouse and City Council members, I represent the League of Women Voters Santa Barbara, and we continue to focus on the following housing priorities for this year. Preserving and significantly increasing low and moderate income housing supply for all ages, family size, and disabilities, using updated residential housing needs assessment targets, RHNA targets. And second, prioritizing local residents and workers for new housing. In our opinion, the more important questions that need to be addressed first are where can we locate the 5,000 RHNA units that are for very low, and moderate income households? And what data is still needed to convince ourselves about the extent and causes of the South County's housing crisis, and how can the housing element update help? Besides more data, more renter and local workforce voices are needed. We suspect that renters were underrepresented in the surveys conducted by the City of Santa Barbara and the Architects Charette Group to inform State Street planning efforts. Also, the 15 stakeholder groups that were interviewed by the State Street Subcommittee did not include any renter-focused organizations. We believe council members can't get an accurate view of our current housing crisis without getting to know renter and former resident stories. We would like to endorse the excellent analysis and recommendations that are summarized in the letter by Rob Fredericks of the Housing Authority, especially the suggestion that higher FARs should be reserved exclusively for projects that are providing a substantial amount of moderate or low-income housing units that are required, starting at 25% more than the minimum inclusionary requirement. Perhaps provide a 0.5 FAR increase for such projects, and that community benefit should be, quote, restricted to 100% affordable units that are deed restricted, unquote. The city has spent years focusing on multifamily buildings, their size, their zone, and their profitability. And now we believe it is time to consider the people who may or may not inhabit them. So thank you for your renewed attention to this important matter. And I wish you luck in working on this issue further. It's been going on forever, it seems. Thanks.
Thank you. Final speaker, please.
Final speaker is John Campanella. John Campanella, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. The BAE study confirms that FAR can effectively allow more residences within a building, thereby lowering the cost per residence, which we're interested in. FAR would still comply with allow setback, height, and open yard requirements within each zone. FAR provides the flexibility to create dwelling units of various sizes to satisfy the needs of a broad range of households. FAR would allow projects to be financially feasible given current development cost. The density limits under the AUD program were established 8 years ago when land and building costs were much lower. FAR would have the same relationship of building to land for any size lot within a zoning district. This could help the public better understand the development being proposed. It's difficult to visualize density, units per acre, which is the determinant under the AUD program. The question is, will all the draft FIRs that are proposed for commercial zones result in additional rental units versus the AUD? Commercial zones throughout the city are the largest potential source of rental units in our projections. We need to be confident that this could actually occur. The BAE study confirms that 3 floors of residences are needed to feasibly produce multi-unit rentals in the commercial zones of the city. The final FAR zones, when you approve them, have to support this. And as you know, Housing Authority also needs 3 floors of residential to make its projects viable. Well, the draft FAR Zone 2 for the Haley Cotacarta areas west of downtown and La Cumbre Plaza are lower than the current AUD, which is approximately 2 to 2.5 FAR, as Dan Gullett showed you in his presentation. Additionally, FAR 1.5 is proposed, which can only result in a 2-story building. As an example, the Anatega building is 2.0. If that building were placed in a 1.5 zone, you'd have to take the top floor off. I'm going to talk about inclusionary. The AUD program does not provide extra rental units. As a result, the subsidy comes from higher rents for the other residences, which right now is between $150 to $200 a month extra rent. BAE looked at the alternative of adding an extra floor. However, BAE looked at 15 and 20% affordable requirement for providing that other floor, which was processed on the entire building. That's why it's marginal or no, even with those additional densities. What you have to do is calculate on that extra floor, that 4th floor residential, what is a reasonable amount of affordable to charge on that floor only, not recasting the whole project and making it infeasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it on speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Okay, it's to the council for questions, for questions. Ms. Snedden. Comments, I should say.
Comments, Mr. May I? Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm going to apologize in advance because I'm going to get a little bit long-winded. So what I'll do first is just right up front give my recommendations, and then I do have some things to say about the process that has gotten us to this point. I think it's time to leave the FAR behind. I just want to be very clear on that. We have a lot of other options that we could be looking at. I'll list those now. And these would be for council's consideration for inclusion in EIR. We could look at amending the AUD map boundaries. We could allow higher densities with smaller units, but these numbers that are given in the report seem high. Please, we could add adaptive reuse and including hotels. We really need to consider the impacts already of SB 9, the AUD program so far, state ADU laws, and we've already upzoned the donut hole. What does that all amount to, and how is that already meeting our future RHNA expectations? I'd like to also consider the impacts of a specific plan for La Cumbre Plaza for higher density there. Consider the impacts of vacation rentals and what that is doing to our available housing stocks. Also include the consideration of commuter rail. Part of how our RHNA numbers are calculated are based on vehicle miles traveled, and this could be significant. Also, increase the public and private partnerships with the Housing Authority and others. That's where we're going to get our true affordability. like to remove the designation of community benefit for just being an apartment. That has not proven to be enough to be community benefit, as many of those are renting at market rate. I'd like to incentivize what we can do to incentivize housing for our local workforce. Really have a task force or public forums to consider a broader range of options. This is a time when we really can look at the impacts more broadly. What has not been considered in conjunction together is considering our historic resources element and edge conditions. And I'll say there, as far as I'm concerned, there's no need to incentivize building market rate housing. Our priorities really should be 100% affordable housing or first-time buying opportunities to get into that market. So those are my comments at this time. But I do now have just a longer comment that is really going to be about the process so far and summarizing some of the comments that we haven't had the benefit of having. So Council commissioned a feasibility study for the FAR. And on this, I want to note that when we commission a feasibility study, it should not be interpreted that that means we are definitely going in that direction. We have the latitude to make decisions based on the information that comes back from those studies. To date, Council has never received a presentation on the findings of the BAE study. The public has not had the opportunity to comment on the study, nor look at the considerable figures of what an FAR of 3 or 3.6, as the study recommends, really means. The Planning Commission spent over 3.5 hours reviewing the study, and their comments were not favorable. As indicated in the staff report, it sounds as if Planning Commission and Council directed and approves of moving forward with the FAR. I feel the need to include comments from the Planning Commission record, which was not included today in our staff report. 6 of the 7 Planning Commissioners had unfavorable comments for continuing with the FAR. Commissioner Reed, and these are from the minutes, is uncomfortable. We need to consider adaptive reuse. Specific plan for La Cumbre Plaza. We aren't tracking rents for the ADUs or the impacts of SB 9. We need to look at public-private partnerships. And he says we cannot support the proposed plan because it dramatically increases FARs while compromising important design standards and pushing building heights up to 60 feet in order to gain an additional 5 or maybe 10% with significantly compromising design standards and dramatically exceeds building height limits. Higgins, there's missing information. We need additional considerations of edge conditions. If we have to get to tier 3 by way of 60 feet in height, he feels that we are giving way too much. Wiscombe, uncomfortable, alarming, missing environmental analysis for this kind of density. Economic feasibility is low, especially in the CBD. Tiers for Haley, Coda, La Cumbre Plaza need to be vetted. Look at the proportions in the El Pueblo Viejo. 31% are FARs less than 1.0, 31% FARs between 1 and 1.5, and only 3 projects in all of El Pueblo Viejo with FARs of 2.0 to 2.5. Tier 3 with another 20% bonus is, quote, alarming, needs more public vetting, does not support the map as presented, which is included in our staff report today as the preferred map. There's not enough information, too many unknowns. Adaptive reuse needs to be considered, which many of the commissioners, all but one, mentioned adaptive reuse, which has not been presented as one of the options for us to consider. Sheila Lodge, who we heard from today already, unwise to do anything without knowing the impacts of SB 9. FARs maximize building mass, create the need for more housing. This is a very important point that has also been confirmed to me by staff as well. The Kaiser Marston study says that for every 100 market rate units, there's demand created for 20 more low to moderate income. So if you, this is me now saying and adding to this, if you only have a 20% inclusionary, all you're doing is matching the demand you created by building that market rate. It's doing nothing to address the current affordable housing need and crisis. Ms. Lodge also noted that the Board of Realtors credits the AUD program for rents going down. Supportive of the Housing Authority, 100%. Can't just build housing to build housing. It needs to be the kind of housing we need. Bonderson, not enough information. Believe more accurate information for the community is needed. Tier 3 numbers are not accurate and don't reflect the community. More understanding. Pay close attention to historical structures, edge conditions, more public vetting. She also mentions adaptive reuse. Escobedo was a supporter of the FARs, believes they should be higher even, but even Commissioner Escobedo says FARs really complex and not intuitive. Interested in nonprofit opportunities. I'll be quicker here. Deborah Schwartz. Some of the terms and numbers themselves, unless technically adept, are very difficult to comprehend. Again, she mentions adaptive reuse. Wants to incentivize workforce and emphasize more public input needed with open houses and more. The commissioners believed the item was coming back November 4th for comment and direction. Many of them mentioned that they looked forward to further information. It did not come back to them, nor has it been presented to us. So I don't see how we can conclude in the staff report that PC, the Planning Commission, gave direction to shift to regulating building size rather than density, as stated in the staff report on page 5. Then I have a few comments about the BAE study, which has never been presented to us. And I want to really emphasize here why I am upset about this is that at the council meeting on December 14th, it was queued up. We read the reports, we had the report, we had the Planning Commission, there were public commenters lined up. It was truncated and continued item because we were missing 2 council members. While I support that decision of waiting for the presentation to wait for the full council, I specifically asked, would we hear the full report of the BAE study before we moved forward with anything? Staff answers was yes, yet here we are asking to be given approval for a program that was not supported by the Planning Commission, not presented to council, not supported by the public. In the public forums, and this is in a figure also that Lisa Carlos provided for us, and this is from our own staff presentation, overwhelmingly, most members of the public do not want to go up to 3.0 FAR. In the AIA survey, the majority do not want to go above 3 stories. So again, to indicate that the public also wanted to go this direction and that this was guidance from public outreach, I feel is misleading. In the BAA report itself, which we have not had the benefit of having the report on, if you look at it, the prototypes, in the slide 27 in our presentation today, it indicates that you could get feasibility at 3.0. The prototypes in the report that even with a FAR of less than 3, you had a total of 5 stories, less than 1-to-1 parking, and no setbacks. And that's with less than 3 FAR. At a FAR of 3.39, which is still not what you would need to have inclusionary, 5 stories, 60 feet building heights, no setback, no parking. Even an FAR of 1.58 or 1.91 gets to 4 stories. The conclusion in that BAE study, had we been presented it and given the opportunity to have the public also see these figures, is that you can only get to inclusionary affordability with 20% increase in the base map, which equals an FAR of 3.6. These are outrageous sizes and beyond what we are contemplating, even in today's presentation. So in conclusion, the BAE is not concluded that it's not feasible for FARs at or below 3.0. You have to go up to 3.6. Again, I want to emphasize that at 20% inclusionary, you're still only breaking even, creating no new affordable housing other than the demand that's created by the market rate development. An important point here is our RHNA numbers are based on our jobs housing imbalance. If we allow less than 20% inclusionary, which we only get to with an FAR of 3.6, then we're running the risk of actually increasing our RHNA allocations because we've created new need that is not being met. I will just conclude here and add to the comments from, we've gotten letters from the Housing Authority, some local architects, former city planners, local historians and planners, Riviera Association, Allied Neighbors Association, Lisa Carlos, all recommending against FARs. Driving the land value up, lack of affordability component, compromising historic character, limiting public engagement, and ignoring the input given, complicated and confusing, obliterates careful design of the city, doesn't have affordability, increased strain on our infrastructure. We should be looking at adaptive reuse. Again, recommendations for adaptive reuse. Need more public engagement, historic resources not considered. With all of these concessions, even so, the rents have gone up 14% in the last 5 years, and we already have enough zoning to meet our RENA numbers. I could go on, I will not. I am concluding that what has not been presented to us, and if we don't go the direction of FARs any further, then I can live without seeing the findings of the BAE report, but public taxpayers paid for that report. We commissioned that report, and to not have seen results from it, which are actually much higher than we thought they would be, and to be asked to be making this decision, I think there's plenty else for us to look at without further considering the FARs.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just start briefly with a quick question, I just want to confirm based on a couple of things that came up for me in public comment. Mr. Gullett, with regard to the interim suggestion for the AUD where you could get a bonus for affordability, could that also apply were an FAR methodology to be used? Could that same sort of interim approach be used in the FAR context as well, or is it just the AUD context?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, we didn't define what that interim program would be. You could do it with FAR, you could do it with AUD. One of the things that prompted the conversation is seeing these development agreements that council has been considering and just allowing a different avenue for those types of projects to be approved. So it could just be a percentage of affordability with a kind of density bonus along with it.
Great, thank you so much. That's very helpful. Well, I guess I'll move on to my comments if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start, I guess, first by just acknowledging how incredibly complicated it is to do housing policy and how incredibly difficult it is to do it well. Every time I prepare for one of these conversations, I'm reminded of that. You know, we want to incentivize housing development, but we want it to be the right kind of housing. We want to make sure that our city evolves in a way that mirrors the needs of our community so we can house our community. But we want and we must do that evolution in a way that protects the character of our city. So you throw in private sector market forces, cost of construction, developers' expectations for a reasonable rate of return. And in my personal opinion, it's pretty much a recipe for one of the greatest public policy challenges of our time. And I say all that to start because I want to make sure that we, and I guess, remind myself not to get too frustrated by this ongoing conversation. It feels like we circle around and around and around on a lot of these housing issues, and in some ways we do. But I was reminded earlier today by a community member who's very involved in housing issues that that's a good thing. It actually is a really good thing. We need to have these regular and ongoing conversations, hard and frustrating though they may be, because the policies that we put in place are going to be all for the better for the continued refinement that these conversations engender. So I'm hoping today that we can commit to continued refinement, to building on work that's been done, whether that's through FAR or AUD, rather than setting the conversation aside full stop. So with that said, I'm going to just sort of delve into the question of methodology, FAR or AUD. And you know, it seemed clear to me from the conversation that the specific numbers would have to be continue to be investigated in the EIR process. So I don't think we're deciding necessarily on the specific numbers tonight. So I'm going to start with looking at the methodology. In the past, I've advocated strongly for a move toward a floor to lot area ratio methodology for our multi-unit housing policy. And like our experts from the City Housing Authority, and they did say this in their letter, so I'm not sure that it's totally true that they were against FAR. I too believe that an FAR approach would be in both concept and in principle an improvement in how we regulate housing development in our city. And as the Housing Authority said in the letter that we received over the weekend, an FAR approach can be used to give us more predictability. It can give us greater balance. It can allow us to work with more specificity to incentivize housing in those areas where we all agree that denser housing belongs, namely out of the neighborhoods and in the CBD or the downtown core. So with that said, I am going to make just a brief pitch for us to continue to consider keeping the conversation, about FARs going, because I do believe that FARs have the potential to be very effective in doing what it is that we want it to do. And I have a lot of confusion about the FAR methodology. Councilmember Sneddon was right. It is really complicated and confusing. But I think it's important to note, as was said in the staff report today, the FAR number does not determine or dictate building height. And I got a lot of emails about that. And my understanding is an FAR number does not determine building height. So I want to put that out there as my understanding, but I don't want to be naive, because a switch to FAR is a big change, as Councilmember Sneddon articulated very clearly, and it can have big implications. I think it's really important that we, myself included, remember that. So I really appreciate all that was laid out. And I think the critics are certainly right that a higher FAR is not going to magically create more affordable housing. It just won't. That's important for us to remember as well. However, I think it needs that our inclusionary requirement only creates affordable units if units are being built in the first place. So 10%, 20%, 30% of zero is zero if we're not building anything at all. And if we don't correctly incentivize private development, especially downtown, where we've agreed that density is more sustainable and more appropriate, we aren't going to magically get 100% affordable housing in its place. We just won't get anything there at all. So that's what I'm trying to balance here when I advocate for us to consider continuing the conversation about FAR and what the right numbers might be for an FAR methodology. The wrong kind of housing production does not serve us. With that, I completely agree. But no housing production at all doesn't serve us either. As to the FAR numbers, I do support greater flexibility, but I really was taken with the Housing Authority letter. There are some great ideas in there that I would like us to explore if we are to continue with FAR as we move toward the peer process. Maybe the Planning Commission can pick this back up, or we can meet with stakeholders to look at some of these creative proposals. But I'm really interested to hear more about what will pencil out in the downtown core in connection with adaptive reuse projects. I don't feel like I have a clear answer on that. What FAR number would make sense to actually be able to convert empty or unused buildings into living spaces? We've talked about adaptive reuse for so long. Can we give a boost in FAR to projects that are adapting old businesses? And like the Housing Authority suggested, can we give a higher FAR to a project that meets 25% or more inclusionary requirement? That's along the lines of what Mr. Gullett was talking about, right? We can do this. We can get creative, and FAR is a tool that allows us to take that creativity and apply it in a way that will actually serve community needs. These seem like good, balanced, workable ideas that will get us to the kind of housing that we want to see. I'd like to see some feedback on the efficacy of these concepts before we scrap FAR altogether. Okay, all that said, let me just see what else I have on my notes, and I'm going to try to wrap up very soon. I'm actually not an acolyte for the FAR methodology. I would be okay if today, as a council, we decided to keep the status quo in terms of how we approach multi-unit housing. I'm okay with that. However, I do think that if we remain with straight AUD as our methodology, we need to make up for that balance and that predictability that we lose by not going down the FAR path in some way. We need to make up for it in some way. To me, that looks like considering an increased density figure downtown, specifically. So when we talk about increasing density, we often say not downtown, not in the neighborhoods, excuse me, only downtown. When we have an opportunity to do that work, to make that increase, if we don't do so, I think at a certain point we have to take a look in the mirror and ask whether we're really committed to housing production at all. So, I would just, I guess, close by saying I really am flexible on what we do tonight. And I don't mean to imply with my comments that I'm stuck one way or the other. I look forward to hearing from the rest of our colleagues. But my preference is to dig in with FAR and let staff, community members, our experts do work to figure out what some of these creative proposals can look like for our community. But I'm also very comfortable doing otherwise and increasing density with AUD. I think we also have capacity to look at a number of alternative analyses under the EIR, as Ms. Brooke asked for. So, I guess in closing, I would just say I'm open, but I would hope that we would consider the FAR and not throw it out full stop. The numbers may not be right, but the concept can be very productive for our community in a way that really serves us. And I will finally close by saying that I do support whether FAR or AUD, the interim action presented today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So while there's a lot being said here and it's a big decision for us, so I'll try to be brief, but I do have a quick question for staff. Can we get more units in the AUD if we lower the average density size and from 811 down? Can we do that to try to incentivize smaller units? And would this, if we made that change, would it increase the density, or would it still remain at, like, say 63 units per acre?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, just the general way the AUD program works is the higher the density goes with the lower the average unit size. So what we have on the books right now stops at 63 units an acre with an average of 811 square feet. So it more or less keeps the total area of the units the same, while it increases density, decreases unit size. So if you wanted to keep kind of the residential area the same in a project, you could continue increasing the density, the number of units on the property, while decreasing the average unit size.
That makes sense, but the reason I'm asking is if we go for a modified AUD where we're increasing the density, I'm trying to understand how we could get to have incentivizing smaller units if we went that extra density, if they would still remain at 811, or if we increase the density and we lowered that 811 average, could we get to some of these smaller types of units, which would cost less because they're smaller? And so that's one of the things I'm trying to see if we can move that conversation forward with a modified AUD.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, the Planning Commission was very interested in doing that, and that is a way of getting something similar to an FAR program, is if you increase the densities to units that were, it can go down to 220 square feet per unit for a efficiency unit and 400 square feet.
Thank you. That's helpful for where I want to go. So I'll start just by saying where I think I'm headed, and we'll see where my colleagues go. But first, I appreciate where the FAR program, and when individuals like Greg Wrights and John Campanella speak, and I've spoken to them offline, and understanding in their comments today, it makes sense, and there is a lot of value to it because of predictability, and you can get more units. But there's just a lot of unknowns, and one of the concerns I have is that we could be incentivizing larger buildings that are out of scale with the neighborhoods and much higher density. And I think the letter from the Housing Authority raises some of those concerns that you could really over-densify a neighborhood. So with that, I'll say that at this point, I'm interested in looking at continuing the AUD. It has produced rental units, and we've come a long way. That some have who had concerns about it now are saying it is producing the units. So I think it is showing that units have been produced. But I would like to look at increasing the density of the AUD. But I don't want to go as high as what's in the staff report to the maximum 147 units. I want to find a way that achieves a balance that allows us to increase, but also the increase is predicated upon looking at the types of affordable housing that we need. So if we go above and beyond it, what's currently there, we need to look at low income, extremely low income, but also moderate, because that is the hardest to build. So I am interested in looking at that type of program going forward to modify it to meet the need. I also have concerns that if we went with the FAR, that it could increase land costs because there is this potential to build many more units out there. So that's just a concern I have. And then the other thing that I think is important to understand is that we do need to continue to build market rate units. We need to definitely ramp up the affordable and the moderate, but if we don't find a way for market rate units to be built with some affordable within the projects, the private sector won't develop any new projects. And ultimately, we would basically go where Councilmember Harmon was referencing is 100% of zero is still zero. And we're not going to be able to solve the housing crisis by asking the Housing Authority to be the sole developer or other nonprofit agencies that could build it, or that the city partners on our parking lots. We're just not going to be able to do that. We do need market rate newer units, which have that trickle up effect where individuals who can move up into those newer units will move up. And then there is the ability to create more units on the market. And then over time, those units will also depreciate over time. If we've been building units over the last 40 years, some of these new units that are online for the first time now would actually be 20, 30 years old, and they would be a little more affordable. But we need to continue to have that investment as well over time. One thing I also want to look at in particular, I'm glad it came up today, is La Cumbre Plaza. There's a lot going on there, and we heard from one of the owners today. And if regardless of whether we end up going FAR or we go with the AUD, I want to make sure we're getting the right type of density for La Cumbre Plaza, because that, let's be honest, that is the future. In the future of our city, that is the one area where we have the greatest ability to produce the greatest number of units with a huge community benefit, not just in housing, but in other ways. But we need to bring the community along. We need to look at infrastructure up there, but we need to look at the number of units that we could get that, one, would make it economically feasible for property owners up there, and how do we get a mix of affordable, going all the ranges from moderate down, plus market rate up there, so that they can make the economics work. And the FAR, for them and other projects, it works, it does work, it would work. But the modified AUD, I want to see what can we get to get it close to that, because I think that we have a little more ability with the AUD to look at limiting the density, because in other areas of town, not over-densifying. I think the Housing Authority letter, again, explains the differences if you have 50 units per acre versus 150. It can create a lot of issues, especially now that there's no parking or other things required. And so I really want to understand how we can facilitate La Cumbre Plaza. And then I am interested in the lot area modification. I think it was, forget which slide it was, but the lot area modification we talked about to include moderate in that, because we learned today that nobody has tried to do that because it's lower income. And so if we had moderate, is it something that we could do? And that's something that I think is worth looking at. So, and then hear from my colleagues on what we want to do on an interim ordinance, but I'm supportive of moving something forward. So with that, again, modified AUD, looking at density increases beyond what's currently there, but with affordability incentives, And then specifically looking at La Cumbre Plaza. And I too was kind of thinking if it was an FAR, the 2 is probably a little lower. My understanding is it has to do a lot with parking issues, but I was surprised that it got lowered. So that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm mostly in agreement with Mr. Friedman and Ms. Harmon, but I've got notes, and they started out really almost Sneddon-ish. They look good, but they've gone to heck by now, so I will riff all over these. First, what really resonated with me from Ms. Harmon was at one point she said we really have to ask ourselves if we're committed. The vision says allow as much housing as possible within our resource limits to provide the array of lifestyle, blah, blah, blah. It's clear when you look at this chart right here, we don't do it, okay? So we haven't done it in the last 7 or 8 years. It's questionable whether I'm seeing the ability to do it. And I don't think this is an argument or a discussion today over, and it never is. It wasn't at Planning Commission, it isn't here. It's not an argument over the type and method, you know, FARs versus AUDs. It's really an argument over the look and feel. And I think I listened so much to the argument that, or the discussion points that I support anything we can do for new housing, particularly affordable housing, but I want the look and feel of Santa Barbara to stay the same way I perceive it as I see it today. Those are, in my mind anyhow, those are so conflicting. I don't think you can put both of those in the same sentence without conflict. There's no doubt in my mind that to increase affordable housing, so low, very low, and some moderate, to the level we need to, would definitely impact the look and feel of Santa Barbara. Now, whether you're willing to do that or not is the question, but I don't think you can get there without impacting what somebody says is the current look and feel of Santa Barbara. And so, to me, the perfect result today would be to resolve the height issue, wherever you want to talk about it, whether it's Upper State Street on the mountainside, not the mountainside, whether it's the downtown corridor. Decide what that height is going to be, and then let go of it. Maybe even set a minimum density, let go of a maximum density, and let developers build the inside of the building to meet the market needs. I think you're going to tell me that's either an FAR or a hybrid AUD program, but I just think that's where the rub lies in the zoning right now in State Street is 48 feet. Are we going to allow an FAR of 3 to chase 48 feet? Or are we going to allow a community benefit on State to chase 60 feet? I don't think so. I don't think there's going to be support for that once you start seeing what that actually looks like. But what would it be for you to get out of the way of what's inside that building? So you would set, whatever that means, set a height, set a bulk, let the design boards mess around with it like they do, and then once that form is set, let the developer do with the inside of the form as the market will respond to. Whether that's and I have a caveat on that, but whether that's a bunch of micro units, a blend of micros and other sizes, but also, of course, addressing whatever you want to call a term of inclusionary, but that inclusionary has to get out of solely just the moderate category and become a blend of requirements for low, very low, low, and moderate. We can't continue, I don't think, to ignore the very low and low, moderate, or low and very low lines and just So I don't really know where in that discussion all that works out to. I am just as confused, I think, as everybody else, if not more so, on how to use the BAE report and actually come to some type of logical pathway for either an interim or a more permanent work project. You know, I'd love to have some internal work sessions on that where you get the planning commission and the council together, or you pick some people out and you get out of the suit and tie kind of thing and just have some presentations on what that would look like, how you would tweak this, how you would do that, how that works with this. I'm really frustrated that Ms. Sneddon was talking really fast, but I got this point, and I think I already said it, I said it earlier in some of my questions, that the report basically lays out all the ways that everything is infeasible. It doesn't really offer anything it doesn't really offer a whole bunch of feasible to where we want to go. And that worries me, that all that's there is mostly infeasible rather than feasible. That's kind of my comments. I don't know if that helps or hurts. I'll listen to the rest of it, but I think I'm on track with what you've heard so far. I don't know what I offer to help clear that up. Then I just have a couple comments. I love the Housing Authority. I love Rob Fredericks, but the Housing Authority has been here for the entire time of this iteration of the application of the general plan. And the numbers are still what they are, okay? They're not good. So it's one thing to say we'd like to see or we should be, but if you don't put the hammer down and give an ordinance-based or a policy-based direction to what those statements are, you get no tangible results. I've heard these statements for 12 years. We'd like to see more public-private. We haven't seen public-private for 12 years. Well, I was on the Planning Commission for 10 and sitting here now. So it's clear that you're not going to see it until we set up a structure that makes it happen. Just wanting it just wishing for it is not going to help. I have the same feeling tickling at me on adaptive reuse. I know the Housing Authority is tickled right now that they actually have one, but I think those opportunities are few and far between, particularly in the downtown corridor where you're built lot line to lot line, wall to wall, and they can't be scaled up to a level of what we need to do for low, very low, and moderate. That is not where the scaling up is going to happen. The scaling up is going to happen somewhere like La Cumbre, or the scaling up is going to happen somewhere where you're willing to live with 3 floors in a downtown corridor and then burden it with what you can. And then just to talk a little bit about it politically, even when we have the pathway, we don't take it. So if you look back on the tortured recent history of the Carrillo Castillo commuter lot, go back to the tiny homes, and then that right now is in a planning process for a housing authority project on city-owned property, and they're struggling to make it work with a private investor and a blend of market rate and inclusionary, but they could have already started planning that project for a subsidized, wholly low or very low income affordable project. They had the capability of doing it, but this council, prior council, staff, whomever, made a decision that the neighborhood probably couldn't take a low and very low housing development on that corner. So when you hear the city needs to play a role and use their land so that it's inexpensive and a development can take place, we still miss that turnoff sometimes, and we let the pressure affect those decisions, and then we end up with numbers like we have in our very low and low categories. And if, for example, that location, if you can't put it there, I don't know where you can put it, anywhere in the city, literally, a low or very low housing project. So I'm looking in the mirror on that one. I don't think I was here. I think I was on Planning Commission. But I'm willing to look in the mirror collectively with the rest of us and say that, part of that burden to take those opportunities rests with us having the political will to do it and to begin to improve these numbers. So I think that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jordan. I'm going to make a couple of comments, and I think we'll take like a 5-minute break to get the translators and everybody squared away. Real quickly, sorry for Mr. Gull and Ms. Metzger, who had to sit and listen to me do this yesterday, but when we did the general plan update way before I was on council, we talked about the consultant from Berkeley talked about an 800 square foot unit for $800,000 for purchase, and that was workforce housing, and clearly that didn't make any sense back then. And since then, I've watched all these iterations of what we tried to invent from up here on the dais, and then we're always surprised it doesn't seem to work. And I understand planning theory, I understand what we go through, but the other side of the coin is when you try to bring stuff up and bring it into fruition, the market still matters. And without without either a heavy subsidy, it's really hard to do that. If the covenants are too restrictive, it just doesn't get built. So the question is, how much of this conversation doesn't surprise me one little bit. I was actually very grateful for Rob Frederick's little exhibit on what he's built and then what the other FAR numbers would look like. But once again, we are going back and forth like we did AUD, which was wildly successful in anybody's metric because we built a bunch of units. But it didn't turn out to be affordable because affordable by design. I don't know that these micro units are going to end up being what we think they should be when they're built. Nothing, unless there's a restriction. And once again, if the restriction gets heavy enough, will they get built anyway? So where I'd like to see this go and what I'd like to see staff do, and I listened to Ms. Snedden talk about it, that consultant report and the deliberations of Planning Commission are something I certainly missed out on. I think we missed out on too. And these kind of things, to me, should be litigated, discussed, or chewed around in Planning Commission where we have people that have more of the expertise than we do as a collective body doing this. So my recommendation before we go on the break would be to take those initial things. We've extended AUD already, which I think is fine. But before we bring out the next iteration of a plan that is, once again, in theory, would do one thing or another, there's a lot of reality checks, and I would love to see this go back to PC. And Mr. Jordan, you mentioned even we do a joint work session with PC, usually annually anyway, to find out what our workload is. But we could discuss this in more of a forum-like way that would make a lot more sense than trying to be up here on the dais and make a motion and trying to create when, frankly, most of us don't have the same kind of tools they have in there, and they can work more closely with staff and maybe come up with something that makes more sense in the end. But I certainly would like to see the work we've done so far with the BA work and the comments from Planning Commission, having the Housing Authority there, even having like Tobes Group or other developers there and find out exactly what it's going to take to bring these things out of the ground. Because as you said, Mr. Jordan, your frustration is felt by a lot. How many times have we done this? How many times will we do this? And what will the result be? So with that, those are the end of my comments. I would like us to take a break, and then we'll come back, and if people have further comments, that'd be fine. And then we'll wrap up our deliberations. We're back at 6:15. tonight's meeting back to order. I don't know if my colleagues have any additional comments, but I will ask staff of this, if you could tee this up for us. As we get toward the end of our comments and get ready to craft a motion, can you kind of narrow down from us the kind of stuff you'd really like to see coming from us for direction going forward, so we have some kind of productive result tonight? Ms. Brooke.
Certainly, Mayor Rouse, happy to do that. Thank you for the opportunity. As you see up there on the slide, the recommendations, so you've done A, you've considered the options. We've had a great deal of discussion on that already and heard some comments. What we primarily need to advance the study of the general plan program EIR update is to get a general sense of general build out, pace of build out, and general location of where that build out might occur, so that we could reasonably study the potential environmental impacts of that. So we don't have to put a label on the program if that's something that we won't be able to get out of this evening's conversation, but if we can talk in order of magnitude, assume something with slightly higher densities than the AUD program, assume something with much more density than the AUD program, change areas of the map where you would prefer to see higher density. And we don't have to get down to details, but generally, does the AUD map generally represent where the higher density should go? That would help us move forward in assumptions in the environmental document.
Okay, and of course, the direction I'd like to see us go is frankly to be able to direct you to direct either planning commission or do a joint situation where we could actually try to work this out without trying to figure out how to litigate it more, to learn exactly what it is we're talking about, get more graphic representations of what that would mean and what that would mean to certain neighborhoods, parking, circulation, all those things. So that would be my personal desire.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, too. Along those lines, as was mentioned earlier, we are very close to kicking off our housing element update 2, which will be about a year-long process from here until next February. There will be more opportunity through that process to have public hearings and public review and input of housing programs, amendments to any housing policy at that time, too. This environmental review that we are currently underway with, but haven't yet plugged in the housing assumptions, will also inform the housing element programs and policies as well. So I don't want anyone to think that the conversation ends this evening, but we do need some direction to just make sure the impacts that we're analyzing are where a reasonable assumption about where the city might be going.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a thumbs up or thumbs down on the FAR concept or whatever. We've already extended AUD
Correct.
for the time being. Okay. Mr. Jordan.
I'll take a shot. Oh, sorry. So I think one of you mentioned before AUD in the downtown core, 62 dwelling units per acre. The smallest or largest unit was 800 square feet, right? Okay. So literally, I could see the density downtown, which I think there's also, I'm going to go off on a tangent. There's somewhere in the BAE report where it talks about, and then Dan, you say, well, I could do this, where it talks about a range in the options or the tiers. And it's a range of like 54 to 120, let's say. Personally, that's what I think you need for whatever the highest level of density you're going to allow is that one up into the 120s. And so if whatever that program ends up looking like, I just think the equivalent density for however high you're going to allow a building is what I'd like to see as a build out. So again, it comes back to height. But, and then I am also a little distressed at I think somebody called it a downzoning on Upper State Street. the difference between what the AUD would have allowed in that orange zone versus what the FAR potential would allow in that green zone along the horizontal stretch, and then I think that's down De La Vina as it comes down at an angle, right? I think those are still prime areas for higher density, and then you're going to tell me you have a traffic problem, but you could explain that to me at another meeting. But I just think those areas are workable for higher density. You know, the MARC, as much as we like to jump on the MARC is not a building size problem. The MARC is a combination of too little density allowance, it's an under-densified building, and not enough affordable housing. The size of the MARC at 2.7 FAR is not a problem for me. It's what was allowed, what we designated could go inside that structure were units that were too big. They needed to be smaller, and there needed to be some more affordability there. And so to me, I could have a MARC at 2 points, what do I know? I could have a MARC at 2.7 equivalent on either side of State Street, running that State Street corridor. It's just it's a 2.5-story building or something. But I want the inside of that building to, again, you know, my perfect world would be no cap on density, but a minimum density to make sure that large units weren't being built inside the building. Does that make sense? I don't know that that answers your question, but that's kind of how I feel. When I look at these two maps side by side, the AUD and the FAR, to me, you're spot on in the downtown purple map that needs to be the highest density with whatever size building you can get. And then my other observation is that as you do that, kind of at an angle, De La Vina, and then transition into Upper State Street, that I think we're losing opportunities there, using the MARC as an example. If that's an acceptable size for me, it's an acceptable size building. It's just what's inside that building needs to accomplish the purposes that we want it to accomplish. So I hope that helps. I don't know if it does. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I would like to assume higher densities in the AUD, even to no cap, as Councilmember Jordan suggested, maybe 500 square feet, the smallest, 1,400 square feet, the largest, but I won't put those numbers officially, but just assume higher densities in the AUD, assume adaptive reuse, assume ADUs, assume upzoning effects in the donut hole. So we need to include that. We've already upzoned some, so what did that do to our numbers? Assume that we're removing community benefit for designation for any apartment at all, but reserving that for affordable units. Assume that we're going to have increased density at La Cumbre Plaza with a specific plan. Assume that we can remove vacation rentals and have those be returned to housing, and assume that we'll be amending the AUD map. I completely agree with Councilmember Jordan. Well, maybe not exactly the places. There are many areas where AUDs could be more incentivized. I'm thinking upper state area where there are motels all along there that could be housing, and I'd far prefer they were housing. And I think there are places where we could be looking at the boundaries of that AUD map, knowing what we now know from having these many years of success with the AUD. So those would be the assumptions that I would want considered.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with my colleagues. I think they articulated it well. The upper state area, in particular, La Cumbre Plaza, I want to look at how we can really maximize the potential there to really get a number of different types of units. And again, that's going to be a longer term process, but it seems like with the FAR, it was downzone. So I want to look at what we could do there in particular. And then when I'm looking at the AUD map, currently. I think there are some opportunities as articulated by Councilmember Jordan, on De La Vina and other areas around there, and as well as Councilmember Sneddon. And so looking at those, I really want to be sensitive to height though on it. I do like, if we do go for density above the 63 units per acre, that if we do look at going higher, that we try to incentivize the extra for affordable, including moderate in particular. And then also, I want to understand what where the maxes we want to go, get some feedback on that, because I'm not comfortable with the 147 that's proposed in the staff report. But I also know that, for example, the El Carrillo project that the Housing Authority did has the micro units. It's very specialized, of course, but they were able to do that with somewhere around 122 units per acre. And they were able to get a significant number. And I don't think we need to go much beyond what El Carrillo did. So, but again, so I'm kind of in agreement where everyone is, looking for opportunities, just kind of bordering where the AUD map is now, expanding it if we need to. I do like the idea of perhaps looking at some of the hotels in Upper State Street, and if there's an opportunities that some of those could be converted into housing rather than hotels, or at least that opportunity be discussed. And let me see if there was anything else. Nope. And then and of course the other component about opening it up for the modification for moderate as well. I think that's very important to do that as well, to see if that's out there. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, my comments are as follows. I mean, once again, density hasn't really by itself shown to equate to affordability anywhere, and we keep talking as if magically it's going to happen. And whatever we've done and wherever you've seen it happen, it hasn't happened. Aesthetics do count. This still is Santa Barbara. I'm not going to give up on that. I'm not going to say we're going to build anything, no matter what it looks like, in order to accomplish housing. I don't think our design review boards are going to allow that either. I'm a little concerned, though, because we keep talking about more and more density downtown. And where I'd love to get more, more residents downtown, the other side of the coin is from a density standpoint, we've already decoupled all the parking in the CBD. I don't believe for a moment that no matter what we do in terms of our transit plans or what we think that the TDM is, that people are not going to own cars. And what that means to me, as was proven up by the Arlington Village project, you affect your ancillary or your adjacent neighborhoods with cars. People still own cars. And we can dream about autonomous vehicles and you whistle and the car shows up or whatever all day long. Sounds great in a planning document. In reality, we have people that are fighting each other for parking spaces. So need to be just a little bit careful about that. I agree with my colleagues here that moving forward, I think I would like to see adaptive reuse. I would like to have flexibility, but once again, the incentives we provided so far are multiple, and we still don't seem to be able to produce affordable housing. And producing housing for the sake of producing housing numbers, I know we've gone to the gun to do some of that, but I'm not willing to sacrifice quality of life or certainly quality of environs to do that. And that's what hopefully SEEK will help us out with going forward. So I'm a little cautious about how we move forward. I'd like to have a broader discussion like I talked about before with these other planning groups that can help us before we move forward with anything particularly substantial. So with that, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for staff. I know I've asked this multiple times through the years, but is there any way we can hold the property owner or the developer responsible for whether or not they can make sure their tenants do not own vehicles in order to live in their building? So if we allow them to build out on their property as many micro units as possible, but guarantee that nobody on that property owns a vehicle, is that possible at all? Is that some sort of incentive we can offer? Because from my recollection, it wasn't, right? Or it wasn't feasible financially or something?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, your recollection is correct. So
The Housing Authority is able to do that. They are able to review their tenants' DMV records and confirm not only that they have limited parking and therefore can only accommodate so many cars on their property, but that some of their tenants actually do not own cars and are restricted from owning cars. We are not able to do that as a city to put that burden on a private developer. They just don't have that same access to the DMV records. So typically the way that we do that is through ordinance requirements and just limiting the number of parking spaces provided and letting the tenants decide where they want to live. If they don't have a vehicle, then they're probably more apt to want to live in a unit where they're not paying extra money for a parking space they're not going to use. So in that way, sort of self-selecting where they live. That's easier to do for rental units where people are a little bit more transient. It's tougher for ownership projects where people do have a little bit more of an expectation if they're investing in buying a housing unit. Typically, they want some secured parking with that just as lifestyles change. So hopefully, I mean, we haven't found a legal way to be able to allow or require developers to restrict car ownership, but there's ways to do that through policy and ordinances.
Thank you. Other than that, I'll just want to thank my colleagues for saying a lot of valid points that I agree with, and just I'll kind of give my 2 cents on the whole situation. I'm for one, above all else, for affordable housing, not just housing, because if you just look at the market the way it's been the last 2 years, I know we are in a specific situation with the pandemic, but I highly doubt it's going to change. It seems like it's a trend now that's got, realtors and developers really pumped about being able to sell property in Santa Barbara. So the concept of building more so that we could have more housing, it doesn't necessarily translate to me that housing is going to go to people of middle class or lower income. And those are the people that I in particular would want to make sure live here. And if you look at the census numbers, those are the people that we're losing by more than ever. So as we all stated, this is extremely complicated, and we're trying to do our best. And again, don't take this the wrong way. That the whole notion of like, we need to build in order to even have a little bit of affordable, it gives off to me, and again, I apologize if this comes off wrong, but it gives me the vibe of, I'm gonna eat this cake and you can have the crumbs, or you can have none at all, So I just wanna make sure that we get as much information and see as many options as possible, because I can't help but look at that photograph of Santa Barbara from 1940 and see how much it's changed. A lot of those green spaces are no longer there, and it's just, and back then I'm sure we had a housing crisis, So like you said, Mr. Mayor, our quality of life is important. It's what makes this place a special place, but we also have to be able to change with the environment. So, yeah, that's all I got to say for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Are you ready for a motion?
Unless, we can have a motion. We can also comment to the motion, but sounds good.
Okay.
Give it a rip.
I'd like to propose that the preferred multi-unit housing program is based on density, with the assumptions that we could increase densities in the AUD program, that we could assume adaptive reuse, ADUs, upzoning in the donut hole, considering height limits, increasing density in La Cumbre Plaza, removing vacation rentals, and amending the AUD density map.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Sneddon, second by Friedman. Any comments to the motion? All right, very good. Did you get the motion, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, there's one.
I apologize. I just had a quick question. Could the makers of the motion clarify what assume adaptive reuse means? I'm just not sure I'm clear what is meant by that.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. I think staff asked that we put assumptions of what would be considered, and maybe I misunderstood that, but the assumption would be that we would be allowing adaptive reuse.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yeah, that was just what I was hoping to get clarity on. Thanks.
Okay, so the makers of the motion, the seconder are all clear? Madam Clerk.
If I may ask Ms. Nedden to just repeat your motion one more time.
Yes, okay. Make the motion that the preferred multi-unit housing program for consideration in the EIR be based on density, assuming higher densities in the AUD, assuming the allowance of adaptive reuse, assuming continuation of ADUs, assuming the effects of upzoning in the donut hole, assuming increased densities at La Cumbre Plaza, assuming the removal of vacation rentals, assuming amendments to the AUD map, and assuming height limits.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Sneddon. I won't repeat that in the record, but we have that.
All right, very good. And quick question for staff is, staff feel like we addressed their direction requests? All right, very good. I'm seeing noddings of yes. Mr. Kalan.
Minor detail perhaps, but I want to confirm with Councilmember Sneddon. I heard originally an assumption including the removal of community benefit.
Yes, not in this motion making, but before I had mentioned that, thank you. And then when Councilmember Friedman mentioned assuming height limits, that was my goal of removing the community benefit for apartments only. Do you recommend I leave it in there?
It's up to you. I just noticed it was missing from the motion.
If it's all right with the seconder of the motion, we could be assuming the removal of community benefit designation solely for being an apartment.
Mr. Friedman?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Very good. Mr. Jordan.
So, does that preclude coming back and talking about what kind of an apartment would qualify for a community benefit, or are we just chopping that out right now and we can work on it later? Is that what we're doing?
Speaking of, I think this is more a matter of removing what the current designation is, which is
Well,
just
it's just
rental.
very broad right now.
Yeah,
Any
it's a
apartment is a community
Way
benefit.
broader than I remember from
Right.
2011, but I'll trust Mr. Collins to remember better than I.
Then is this just, so to staff, is this just for planning purposes? And so if somebody walks in and wants a from 48 to 60 foot community benefit designation, and every one of those feet is low or very low income housing, can they still make that case for an apartment?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, from what I understood with the council discussion this evening regarding the definition of community benefit housing, it's in alignment with our discussions with Planning Commission in the last couple of months. We have had this discussion with them, and they provided direction to us about narrowing that definition of community benefit housing. So I take your motion today to further support that. And then what we intend to do over the next couple of months is actually draft ordinance amendments that align with everything that we've heard from the Planning Commission over the last couple of months, and then present that to the commission and to the council. So you will see that amended definition coming to you in the next probably
So there'd still be an avenue to
6
see
to 7
something.
months.
And then we're still at the mercy of state bonus density law, right? Okay, so no way out of that, huh? It's just the state, right? What? Okay.
Very good.
Mayor Rouse, just noting recommendation C, I don't believe is part of the motion. It could possibly be a separate motion.
I'd be happy to include that. Thank you for pointing that out. I would also be happy to have it be a separate motion, and I think Councilmember Harmon was interested in that. So I think providing that it stays within the density and not moving to FAR, or I can just include it now, however. I'll just include it now. We'll just add on C.
I'll include that as the seconder.
Very good. So are we now clear on the motion?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'll just confirm here. We have the motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, as outlined by Councilmember Sneddon a few minutes ago, and additionally adding a language to consider and provide direction on interim methods to incentivize smaller housing units.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr.
Very
Jordan?
What are those directions? Right? Isn't that what you're really asking for? What are our ideas to have an interim path to incentivize smaller housing units? Is it enough to just say greater density, or is this like think of anything you can and throw it against the wall and see what will stick?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, it could be a percentage density increase with some moderate income units.
Okay.
Could be 20% moderate, and there's some level. And we could also work this out with Planning Commission. the
That's what I'd
details.
prefer, actually, to see some choices so they resonate, because all I could do is get in trouble making up choices. Okay.
So
Right,
that
you
could
are,
we say,
Councilmember Jordan. That's what we're trying to kind of keep from trying to litigate that right here, right now, so.
So could we give the direction to have Planning Commission consider and provide direction on interim methods?
You beat me to it. That's what I was going to say. So yes.
Okay. Back to Ms. Gorman.
very good. I'll go ahead and read the motion. This is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, for preferred multi-unit housing program for consideration of EIR be based on density, assuming higher density in the AUD, assuming allowing adaptive reuse, assuming continuing of ADUs, assuming the effects of upzoning in the donut hole, assuming increased densities at La Cumbre Plaza, assuming the removal of vacation rentals, assuming amendments to the AUD map, assuming height limits, and assuming removal of community benefit designation, solar for being an apartment, and provide direction for the Planning Commission to consider and provide direction on interim methods to incentivize smaller housing units. Okay?
All right, very good. If we all understand the motion, may we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye.
Motion
Very good.
carries.
Motion carries. And that's that for that item, and we're off to council and staff communications. Are there any committee assignment reports? That would be Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to invite everyone to Bonet Park tomorrow on the west side. Oh, no, actually, sorry. Thursday.
She did that to you, too.
So on Thursday, we're going to go over the remodel of the park, and it's basically the grand opening of the park, and I really would want everyone to come out and see all the cool stuff that they built there. And on another note, sadder note, a friend of mine, his name was Bryson Williams. He passed away suddenly yesterday, and he was married to a good friend of mine, Amanda Jacobs, and he worked at City College as a graphic designer, and he was a freelance graphic designer in town, and he he designed a lot of logos and signs for local businesses, and he's going to be missed greatly. And my condolences to Amanda and Bryson's family. Thank you.
Ms. Nedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Attended Upper State Street Regional Action Plan meeting, and really proud of the work that's done there. I know many of us are very involved there, and I'm looking forward to when they can report back to council on the success of those programs. Attended the independent redistricting meeting this past weekend, and the next meeting for the public is on March 14th at 6 p.m. at the Carrillo Rec Center. Also attended a De La Guerra Plaza Advisory Committee where we considered the comments from HLC on De La Guerra Plaza and decided to have a joint meeting, less formal, where we can sort of workshop some of the ideas. We had a State Street interim committee meeting, and staff has been working really diligently, meeting with businesses and getting fire ready in time for the film festival, and also meeting with downtown organizations, and really working on getting the ADA compliance and the fire lanes cleared. And we really want to message that March 8th is a firm deadline, and hoping that businesses are taking that seriously and getting things in order for what they need. And I will be attending on Saturday the Melanin Gallery, having for Black History Month some really excellent art and community shows there. Thank you.
Good, thank you. So on Saturday night, I got to hang out with Captain Jack Fay, who is the Commodore of the fleet that contains the USS Santa Barbara. We got to talk about logistics and the plans that the Navy has to bring our ship to its home for commissioning. So right now, it looks like we're talking roughly about January of 2023, but it'd be a very, very cool event. We have a big old hunk of metal tied up to our pier and have a very large community celebration. So I will keep you updated as I hear things via the Navy League. So, and with that, we stand adjourned.